Good evening. I'm Stevie. I'm your host for tonight's transfer deadline special. We're on the air until 11:30 apparently. Not me personally. I'll be well in bed by then. But the team will be joining us to go through all of today's talking points. There's been obviously a number of different points we can pick up on regarding Everton's transfer activity, and I'm going to be joined by an array of different guests from our team as we pick up early in the night and we finish. Well, I believe the deadline is around 11 o'clock or 11:30 p.m. We want your comments today. It's going to be an interactive show, and we're going to be bringing in all of our fans. And with that in mind, I'm going to see what we were already saying regarding our transfers. But obviously, if you have been living under a cloud, you will not know that Everton have finally secured the signature of Idrissa Gueye returning to Everton, which is thrilling news, as he will definitely bring midfield tenacity to much needed side. Have really struggled, I think, in terms of our defensive midfield shape over the last year or two. So I think that's going to be a big addition to the side, but that's been coming for a long time, hasn't it? It's really been something that we've been expecting. It's been on and off, but apparently it was always on. A bit like a TV remote. But yeah, we will be bringing your comments, so make sure you like, follow, and subscribe. And of course, we're going to be bringing our special guests throughout the evening on a bit of a what's the word, round robin basis. So you'll hear from most of our team this evening. Lots of big things going on, but I'm delighted to bring in Mr. Parkend himself, my good old friend.
Hello. Hi. How are you all? How's everyone?
Well, yeah, we're good. So, how have you been working today?
No, been off. I think unusual day off. So, yeah, it's all good. I'm actually in England, so I've been everywhere this past month. But yeah, all good. I mean, there's been a few news. We're waiting on one, aren't we? At least.
Well, I'm hoping that there's going to be more than one, but maybe just one more.
One really confirmed. Was waiting on news now. Was that the United one, isn't it? Garner, was it?
Well, it seems that Garner's the one that that is still to be done. I think there are some fans still hoping, and maybe hope is the word here, that there may be still some further business for Everton. In the way of a striker, but it's been a good day to get Idrissa Gueye back. What do you think he's going to bring to Lampard's side for the rest of the season?
That one's been frustrating, I think, for everyone, especially Dan on our channel. I don't know if people had seen this on his Twitter. I think at the beginning of Twitter, beginning of the window, we all thought that Gueye was back, and Dan ran naked into a piece of water, I guess, on a beach on the East Coast. Did you see that? Did anyone see that? Or I'm just making that up. Did that actually happen? Hello, Steve. Are you frozen? Well, you're freezing, mate.
Yeah, I think the connection's dropped just temporarily.
Okay.
At this end.
Yeah, do you remember that Dan walking into the sea? I think it's the North Sea.
You can't bring back my channel. Yeah, I think that everyone wanted the Garner Gueye deal done a lot sooner, but there's reasons to do with Paris Saint-Germain and the exit deal that
as I say, I think we've
the Gueye wanted.
What we paid $2 million, haven't we? Now I think that $2 million to buy out his contract to give to him, kind of thing.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, connection issues. I'm not, but Steve is. Steve, are you there? Okay, this is kind of awkward. Is any comments? I'll try and see. Dave
Sorry.
Weston. Sounds. I was just going through the comments there. I've just seen.
We seem to have lost Mabsy now. Not a fantastic start, but hopefully we'll get things going. So yeah, Mabsy was just saying about how the Gueye transfer's taken a little bit of time to go through, but it's gone through. That's the main
Sorry
thing.
about that. Sorry, but I accidentally press close on the. I think Dave Weston's commented, Mabsy being the Scarlet Pimpernel lately. Yeah, no, I've been away. I've been just working. I think I've had in all of August 3 days off to myself, but the rest have been working overtime and stuff like that. So it's not been like, oh, it's been my fault, but being here, there, and everywhere, Dave, across Europe working. So it is what it is. But I am back and I will be doing more streams. And you'll be sick of me, to be fair.
Well, I'm blaming Sky's super fast broadband right now because there's no excuse for having such a poor internet connection, and I'm seeing full bars. So I think it might be something to do with StreamYard itself, because
really?
I have really good connection right now. So without further ado, we are going to start moving towards some comments so that we can get the show interactive. And obviously, there's so many talking points. We could be here all night. Oh wait, we are here all night. But not you and I personally. I think it's
long coming back on for the last hour. I think
it's going to be night.
I don't think we'll get Brozier. It'll be Diaz. Yeah, I think we can beat Fulham to it. I think he's a decent signing. However, the Diaz deals annoyed me. In a way that we could have got him on a free, but we were so slow that then signed him on a new contract, and now we're going to pay 15 million. Not ideal. Not ideal at all.
Do you think one of these will come off, Andy?
I think we'll pull off the inevitable with the Diaz. I think we'll hijack the Fulham deal. I don't think the Brozier will come off. I mean, the Diaz is probably going to be the best one because also the location we can get into Finch Farm pretty sharpish to get the deal over the line.
Lots of comments
because he's an unknown quantity. Let's not be around the bush. You don't know what's going to hit them if they get him.
I think Diaz has been on for a while. That's the one that I'm pinning my hopes on this evening. But
it should have been done early in the summer. We basically cost ourselves 15 million by protracting this.
Seems to be a lot of fans that really want to get him in, but maybe we should focus on the players that have come in. I mean, it started off very, very slowly, this transfer window, and I think there's a lot of frustration for fans.
Everton ever does. You know, everyone else starts getting business done early, and we end up leaving it to the last minute. You know, you got to look at Tottenham, how fast that would deal with them for Richarlison. You know, it's just the way that Everton do it, and I don't know why, because ideally you want them in early to have a full pre-season, so you know how to gel. Because obviously when you're not on the pre-season, it does take its time for the players to gel. So
I think so. This is a mistake that we seem to make every year, and it's you and I that end up talking about it. And what happens is
we probably discussed it last year, and we'll probably be discussing it next year.
There must be good reasons behind the scenes as to why the players come in late. It's a bit like a late school homework, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's almost like an inevitable. There's inevitability about it. No matter when you get given the homework or the deadline, in this case, you're going to be working on it the night of the deadline.
Yeah, absolutely. I always remember my dissertation. I think I was still working on it 1-2 o'clock in the morning before it was done. And
I think there's a cycle. I'm not a psychologist, but there's definitely a psychological impact of having an actual deadline, because I've worked with design deadlines and things like that before. And as you get closer and closer to the deadline, the impending sense of having to do something. Yeah, you have to take action at that final point. and that's what it's all about. But it does not make for an interesting evening, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, as I say, it makes a dramatic evening. You know, Sky love this transfer window. Oh, cheers, Dave. I've missed you lot too, so thanks very much for that comment. But yeah, it's the whole Sky thing, though, isn't it? You know, great for TV. You know, gets the ratings up for Sky, gets them to sell adverts and create the hype. You know, realistically, some of these deals have been done weeks in advance or days in advance, but they've just been waiting for the dramatic countdown clock and are they going to get the paperwork in on time and all this bullshit.
But what's ended up happening here is that we've played 5 games, and in those games we've paid the price. It's already quite a big proportion of the season that we've not really got going, not scoring goals.
Yeah.
But there's more to it. I mean, I think the performances.
You know, we don't learn our lessons. We do not learn our lessons, and this is the problem. It's Everton all over.
We are going to be going through dozens and dozens of comments. There's a lot of things going on, and I think the likelihood was that because I
do honestly.
The likelihood was that I was streaming Sky Sports News on my iPad, and yes, I do have a Sky subscription. It wasn't illegitimately, but I think that's taken some of my bandwidth. So I'm now Sky Sports Newsless, but there's still lots and lots of sources coming through. More sources than Heinz varieties. Going back to Idrissa Gueye, if you just joined us, what do you think about Idrissa Gueye joining Everton? Again, he did you see his comments, Mabsy? It was almost like a boy. Okay, he basically, if you haven't seen the comments, I'm not going to read them all, but he basically wrote that it was like coming home and how he'd been following Everton for quite a while, even since he'd left, and he'll do everything to. I mean, I know they all say that, but it did come across
I
genuine.
It was. I mean, I think it was. He generally wants to come back, and I think he's been wanting to come back for a while now. He has been wanting to come back for a while. Let's not be around the bush, but you know, I think it's just been we just haven't been able to afford him, or for whatever reason, PSG didn't want him to go. And it's the ideal time for the boy to come home. I'm made up. Absolutely amazed that he's come back. Did you see that? Apparently, my mate Lucy was saying that on Twitter, his girlfriend now, before it was announced, took photos of the kids in Everton tops, Everton kits. So, you know, at the Idrissa loves us. We love him. Welcome home, Idrissa. If you're watching, you're probably not. I don't blame you. But if you are, like, some randomly welcome, because we have missed you. I hope you start for the derby because he's eligible for the derby. And, you know, I think we're getting a good squad together. I think, you know what, like, I think controversial comments here. I think when Merseyside said, judge me by the end of the window, from some of the signings he's done, I'm judging him at the end of the window, and I'll, you know, credit where credit's due. What do you think on that, people? So if we do get Garner, we've got Gueye, we've got Mopai, we've got McNeil, Tarkowski. You know, what are your thoughts on Merseyside comments? Judge me by the end of the window. I'm going to open it up. How would you rate Merseyside at the end of this window? Kevin, Idrissa Gueye coming back. Great to see. We need him. He loves us. Yeah, Kevin, and we love him. Simple as. Absolutely.
It's not just a marriage of convenience. I think that it looks like Andre Gomez has gone out of training. He's on his way to Lille, by what I understand.
Yes.
I think that's
Rondon's going as well. There's rumours.
So there's an element here where, forgive me if I'm wrong. Everton seem to be moving on players that just aren't in the shape and mould of what Lampard's trying to build.
Did you hear about Warrington? He's going out on loan as well, from what I've heard.
No, I didn't hear about that.
No, I've heard that. I've read that Lewis Warrington's going out on loan as well. Is it Lewis Warrington? I know it's Warrington. Something. But bear with me. Yeah, it is somewhat. It's Warrington's is going out on loan. Is going out on loan, I think. So just keep an eye on that one.
There are other reports from various different sources suggesting that Everton are linking themselves to other strikers. One of them is a Spartak Moscow forward, Shamir Nicholson. Apparently 6'4". Mabsy. I don't know whether you've heard about this one.
No.
That's come in the last couple of hours. And the other one is Chelsea striker Michy Batshuayi. And it seems like we're trying to get more than one striker, but maybe this has been the theme the whole summer, and that the fees have been inflated, and that we've not been able to pay the fees. But once it comes down to the last day, negotiation is it changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry, just reading some of the comments. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, it will change, and I think this is all a very fluid situation at this moment in time. Can we go to some of the comments?
Yes, there's lots of comments about Gary Neville, but I want to keep this an Everton show for now, so we may bring those comments in later.
No, but there's some comments in regards to us. So
yeah, no, there's lots of Everton comments. I want to bring those in. It's worth noting that if you've just joined us and you have been at work or just eaten and you haven't got the news of today, Idrissa Gueye's returned to Everton. We've also news that Townsend's going to be out until probably after the World Cup. Let's be honest. He said he could get back. Probably could get back just before, but it's almost pointless. I mean, regarding Batshuayi, apparently he's going to Forest. Obviously, our sources are suggesting that nothing's done on that regard yet. But I think most people want Diaz, from what we can see. There's obviously still going to be some deals coming through. If we just sidestep the Everton, the big one for me was Aubameyang going to Chelsea, Mabsy.
Yeah. I'm shocked at that, to be honest with you. Didn't see that coming.
Well,
flabbergasted, isn't it? It's like
he could have gone. He wasn't going to go straight from Arsenal to Chelsea, but he's gone via Spain. He's the sort of caliber player that we can only dream about having, but can really make or break a team's ability to finish and win trophies and finish high up. So I think he's going to really strengthen Chelsea, but they've started appallingly by their own standards. So we can only dream, but well done to him. There are obviously other signings. There are loads of signings all over the place. I believe Fulham have signed will.i.am, former Chelsea, not to be confused with the singer. But yeah, what are you most excited about? We want to hear your views. Lots and lots of comments coming through. We will be joined by Jan and Optimistic Dan, and we will have other guest appearances, including Jeff and all the regulars. They'll all be on the show tonight throughout the night. Dan. Positive Dan, yes.
Positive Dan, Coffee Glue Dan. So apparently there's rumours that Rondon's going to transfer.
Yes.
Apparently. I don't know. That's what I've seen before. So
I just wonder whether Lampard has had a word with him, because it just seems strange that he didn't get played in those games when we didn't have a focal point. It was almost like the pressure. Phil says we need a striker now. I mean, that's been the phrase that we've said for several months. You don't need to be a rocket scientist, but we do hope that there will be another signing coming through. And we are hearing some reports that it could be Diaz, but that's, nothing's to be done, but it keeps coming up on the feeds. What do you know? Do you have any information that we don't have? We have multiple screens, we have feeds, we have what you have. We have sources, but they go on the chip variety. So we just want to know if there's something that you've heard. We're happy to have rumors. Tonight is all about...
come on. Actually, you know what, right? come on, someone give me the best rumour that you've got. It can be serious. It'll be fun. Let's spot someone in like McDonald's just buying a Big Mac meal. Come on, got to be one of them about tonight.
Yeah, there's got to be a good one.
And let's have it on all night, guys. Come on, let's make the stream a bit of liveliness as well. We want you to get involved. You know, you're part of this show as well. And you know, if we get a bit bored, let's make up some rumours, shall we? Come on.
We won't get bored, Mabsy. We won't get bored.
But come on, I think it's great to make up some rubbish as well.
Kadim Kane thinks that if Chelsea get another striker, well, they've got Aubameyang. How many strikers do they need? We'll get Broja. Now, I saw Broja play the other day. I thought he played quite well in a fairly lackluster Chelsea side, must be honest. I'd love to see Broja. What do you think, Mabsy?
Yeah, young up for it. Absolutely. We do need something up there. So, you know, whether it's him or Diaz, quite happy.
Cameron Diaz, more like.
Yeah. Well, let's
we'll just...
someone.
Yeah, it'd be really good. If Rondon goes, he's definitely put a shift in at times, but he just didn't hit the back of the net. Maka says he feels sorry for trans.
I don't, mate, because Maka, we've had to put up with him, so no, don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for the fans. They can have him happily. I will fly them there myself tonight. Can't fly, but I'll try. Let's hope that
did you hear about Mabsy? Did you hear about Iniesta?
No.
So Iniesta, apparently, you know how he was obviously multiple winner. I mean, if you could get any player at one point, say about 8 years ago, I would have said Iniesta, get Iniesta. Anyway, he went from Barcelona, he went out to China, and he's ended up getting himself injured, and he's ended up playing in a side that are about to get relegated. So I was thinking we could save him from relegation. And I know he's on verge of retirement. Anyway, you wanted a wild rumour. Iniesta to Everton.
Let's see him spotted in, I don't know, Doug Smith's in Speak Retail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's get some of those wild ones. My
Here's another one. Here's one that's just come in. Richarlison back to Everton. He spent more time on the floor than... I don't think we're going to get him back. But yeah, really good. Apparently, says Matty Elvin, that apparently we've probably offered lots of money for lots of players. Kudos was someone that came up a few weeks ago.
I find he's going to strike, but I actually just ruled out completely and said he's not going anywhere. So
if I have a smile that looks like this, it's because we have a comment, and a comment that on the Speak Chippy variety. But I won't let you into any secrets. But here,
okay, so
you just can't help. But yeah, Deadly Serious reports from Robbie says that his auntie's uncle's son-in-law. Tosunio's gonna. Do you think he'll add a lot of strength up front?
Yeah, Bobby.
Pacey striker.
More importantly, what was he getting from the hot walk?
You tell me.
Well, we don't know. Robbie, let us know if you can find that information out. What he got from hot walk.
If there are any former players, subscribe to the channel, including Big Dunk and anyone else out there that want to join us, please let us know. Get in contact with Follow Everton. You can tweet us. Mabsy's on at Park and Goodison. And the rest of our team are looking forward to welcoming former players onto the show.
Yeah,
we are trying actively. We are still trying to negotiation. If we give it another 2 hours, we might be able to welcome former Everton striker Rondon onto the show. But if Rondon stays, then I think he'll still be needed, because I just don't see how Everton could get away with just Calvert-Lewin and Rondon and one other.
We've got the Malpai, haven't we? And then we get this.
We've got Malpai.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Depay, and I think that it sounds like we'll be playing this system of 3 up front with probably Gordon on the left.
You know what? The frustrating. How mad was that? How mad was Leeds United that Mbappé that he couldn't play because he was signed. I still can't get my head around it. Wrap my head around that, you know. But then you can play on Wednesday because he didn't.
What do you mean?
Before. Well, so did you hear about that? Right. So this new
I don't think that was the reason why he didn't play, right?
No, it was the reason why he didn't play. He basically what happened was, so we signed him on the Friday at 4:00. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the FA rule and because of the bank holiday, the rules state that you've got to register the player the previous working day before 12:00, right? So because the bank holiday, Monday was the bank holiday, the Friday he was only registered at 4 p.m. So that's why he was not eligible to play. However, even though it's the same game week, if someone had bought him and then they could register on Tuesday afternoon at 12:00 and play on the Wednesday. So again, the Premier League screwed us over, big style. Are you frozen again, Steve? Okay, so how mad is that? Right, how mad is that ruling? I was fuming. FA were actually Stu Disbury, FA on a bank holiday. They fucked off home early. No, I agree with that. At the end of the day, it should have been still allowed to go. It's weird, you know. Why is it? You know, the FA, we play games on Boxing Day, New Year's Day, so but a bank holiday shouldn't affect the FA. It's ridiculous. Games are still played. To me, it shouldn't have been allowed. Kevin Crash, Chelsea, so Chelsea's bid for Anthony Gordon's been rejected. Like his registration.
Stu says his registration.
Tuesday 9 a.m. No, you see, I get it. I just think it's wrong.
I like this totally one from Maka. He says that we had all summer to sign. Absolutely our own fault. I don't think historically.
It was our own fault. I get it. But at the end of the day, we've got a striker in, and it's a stupid rule. Yeah, they play Saturday, so it counts as a work day. Absolutely. You know,
it's a work day if you're a sports person.
Sports paid Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Ridiculous, if you ask me.
Oh, here's some other news, Mabsy. It doesn't look like Gordon's going after all that speculation.
He isn't. No. It's been rejected. I think Steve, what's his face?
Yeah, so I mean that might be old news. Old news being this morning's news.
No, I think it's a late bids coming and we rejected it now. So I think Chelsea. I think they already said Chelsea missed the. I put too late to put the bid in. So it'd be a complex deal. Good.
I think there's a few things that have happened. One, Everton hadn't landed the striker, and two, Gordon hit the back of the net, and three, Chelsea came running with a lot of money. And those combinations of things.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem. Everyone thinks they've offered 60 million. They haven't. They've offered 40 million. I'm not going to go above 40 million.
They've offered.
Everyone's saying. I think the papers were saying 60. It wasn't. It was 40. And they're not prepared to go any higher than 40. So sod them. That's their own fault.
It doesn't look like Everton are getting Joe Pedro, if you just joined us, but they have secured Garner Gueye, and we are waiting, and it's been a long time in coming. We could have Garner Gueye and Garner. That would be good. We've been waiting for the United midfielder to sign on, and that sounds a bit awkward, but no, to sign on for Everton. 15 million is the fee that has been touted. Do you know much about the guy, Mabsy?
What, sorry?
Garner. James Garner.
Not particularly. I haven't done my research, if I'm being brutally honest with you. Right, so just I'll interrupt this. So, Alan Myers has just tweeted. Thing to remember that Rovers received 50 million for Adam Armstrong last year. Brendan Diaz is a younger and is a full international. Plus the fact Denkeys are not like most championships owners. They can afford to say no and mean it. So So basically, according to Alan Myers, Everton made the last-minute attempt to try and beat Fulham's signing of Brenton Diaz. At this point, Thornville hasn't been made because the club's still away apart with the fee. Blackburn would want 15 to 20 million at this late stage to ever consider selling. So that's a doubt, I think. Is that not? Or
I don't think it's over. I don't think anything's over at the moment. But I think that we need to probably see this into the night. I'll put that one as a maybe.
That's going to be the story, isn't it? Really, let's be honest.
I think so. Unless something really weird. Oh wait, there's one coming from now. Apparently, Ronaldo has got off the bench at the Leicester game, and he's on his way to Goodison Park.
Happy days.
Oh wait, sorry, it's the wrong Ronaldo. So yeah. Unfortunately, there won't be any such stories like that, I don't think, but it'll probably be the named candidates, because I think that the journalists that we are relying on, they do know their stuff, don't they? And I don't think there's going to be any big surprises. But yeah, if you do have any additional things that we haven't mentioned, please let us know. Even if you think we're linked with somebody that just seems a bit funny or random, we're still happy to have that chat. Now, I wasn't going to go there, but seeing as though our next match is the Merseyside derby, I just couldn't help but look over this tweet, because I think there's a lot of people, including Alan Shearer, who are very surprised with the 8 minutes of added time that they managed to get. Was it last night? It seemed like a long time ago.
Yeah, and then let's be honest, not to get our offside, which wasn't offside. What wasn't?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but I think someone mentioned it was the shadow was offside now. So apparently, you can
a shadow.
Apparently,
it's not Cliff Richard.
No, apparently, I mean, I think it's a joke, but quite literally, they blamed
Sure, it wasn't like a blue bottle or something.
Apparently, Gray's shadow was offside, and that's why they gave it offside. It's not true. I know it's not true, but absolutely wild.
Now, this isn't the derby preview show.
No.
But
so apparently,
I think that while we're here, let's just briefly talk about what happened last night, because I thought, did you see?
Your stream is awful, Steve. So again, he's frozen. So apparently, So Dave says, apparently the FA investigating the rest watch after the Red Stripes game last night. It's disgusting. Let's not beat around the bush. It was 5 minutes. Should not be given another 3 minutes. Absolutely disgusting. And then suddenly blows up. It's like, what goes on inside his rest mind? It's a shocking.
So yeah, I was just saying, Mabsy, did you see the match last night, the Newcastle game?
I saw bits and saw bits of it. I'm just looking at the comments because there are some quite good ones here. Have you seen Spice and Science? We'd like to propose a chance to the tune of Cunning Chameleon, Garner and Oyana. Cost 16 million. They're going to score a lot of goals, right? That's quite funny.
Yes, I think there's going to be a lot of Gardeners. Garner and Garner, hopefully. One of them's in. One of them's hopefully going to come in.
Oyana. Garner and Oyana cost us 60 million. Garner and Gardner, I miss. So Garner's signed. Gardner's apparently signed, but it's not been confirmed. I think that's imminent. Hopefully very much soon. James Garner, deep line playmaker, ball winner. He's a great set piece taker. A lot of Man U fans are angry about letting him go. Well, happy days. Massive thanks for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think Jan has been watching various videos of players and doing plenty of research for us. So he might have more information when he joins, which will be within the next 30 minutes.
He's put comments on, hasn't he? Jan off the blue. Garner Garner, and Ayana more iconic than Alan. Alan Banana, brilliant. Oh, I love him.
Yam banana, yam banana.
Proper tongue twister, Jan. It's all shadows and bullshit. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Steve Frozen yet again. Honestly.
Yes, I'm going to come back in on another device.
And, yeah, you know what, Steve? You'd actually think
though,
I was you were
just a minute.
I was in Liverpool. You'd actually think with the internet streams, I would be I'd be in London and he'd be in Liverpool, given the quality of connection. But I don't know what's going on with his tonight. Absolutely atrocious connection he's got. So I think he's going to come back in at some point. So I'm you've stuck with me for the time being. I really do apologise. I can't get any comments on the screen. However, I can see them, so I'm going to mention some. Kevin Croft, they're just both in the other to be made official. Dave Weston, we were linked with a guy from Villarreal, Trunkawise or some fella. Robbie Savage is showing the stream as he came. So apparently Dave Weston says he's a winger. Would you like to see Ross Barkley at Everton again on this deadline day? That is from Eugene McGreever. You know what? He's a free agent, isn't he? So actually, that's a far better connection.
Hopefully this is better.
Yeah, it's a lot more clear anyway. I mean, you're still like coming in and out. But it is a lot more clearer than the other device you were using. Anyway, so yeah, what are your thoughts? So Eugene McGregor says, would you like to see Ross Barkley back? Honestly, what's your thoughts?
Ross Barkley is available on a free transfer right now. I'd like to see him. I think he's more offensive than some of the players that we linked with. And I think if we're in the business of bringing back new players, old players, I think we just need to forget what happened. He moved to Chelsea, it didn't work out. Well, we've seen that one before. Idrissa Gueye has won trophies, and credit to him. I think he did the right thing for his career at the time, and now he's come back to his rightful home. Barkley, I think he's still got a lot of an affiliation with Everton, and I think he's still got a lot to give, and I think Lampard can shape him. Well, it just didn't work out.
I would personally have him back. I think I would probably put him on low wage to say 20 grand a week and say incentivize you, pay as you play, you get X amount for playing, X amount for scoring, X amount for assists. Let's get him back, but on very low wages, so it's a low risk. Because if he turns out that he's we're not, you know what I mean? It's not an outlay. So we haven't paid the fee, and we're paying them minimum wage, 20 grand a week, but give him really good appearance fees to boost his packet up.
I don't know. I
think that if you want, then that would prove to me that he wants to come to Everton, not just for the money.
I think that the fans will be mixed about this, but we want to know what your thoughts are on Barkley. Would you take Barkley back? Please let us know in the comments. We're really desperate to know. Matty Burns says, "No way, mate. Don't pay £1."
I love Matty Burns. He's a proper good lad. Absolutely, he's boss, Matty. Forrest is going to get FFP'd, aren't they? Well, no, because they've got 3 years, haven't they? They're like Newcastle. They start with a clean slate. So they're quite lucky in respect. They don't have to worry about it for 3 years. We were. I think Robbie Pritchard's on the same line. If Barkley paid cash back, we should give him at least for that and pay as you play. Yeah. Are you able to control the comments today, or are you on the stream that you can't? Or
so just to say, I do really want to hear what people think about Barkley. Would you take him back? I think that there's a lot of mixed opinions, but it's starting to lean towards no. The general consensus is, but he's available on a free transfer. and that's the status of it right now. Mamsy suggesting a pay-as-you-play. It just didn't work with Dele Alli at all, but I think it's a different kettle of fish.
But with Dele Alli, we were constrained to time because we contained the amount of appearances with him. So we'd have to pay. Was it? I was 20 or 10 million for 20 appearances to Spurs. So we were constrained on that one. But we got Barkley back on the free. We give him the time, and potentially may have some residual value if he starts playing good and wants to go. I don't know, but I think, as I say, you put him on a bare minimum wage of 20 grand a week, and heavily incentivise him when he plays. That's what I would do. If he wants that would, to me, that would show that he wants to play football for Everton, other than he wants to pick up a pay packet and rinse us again.
Was it a few weeks ago? There was some post from Barkley to do with Everton, and I think he was almost dropping hints by the looks of it. Do you remember that?
He put all his Everton pictures up, didn't he? Back up. He unhid them. He put his diamond back up, didn't he? As well, I think. So I think he's put his home locations Liverpool as well. So yeah. Yeah,
and I think that there's a lot of fans that will not forgive a player for the way they've left. It was very much a fan, much as
Dave. I agree on that. He does have to win us back, and that's why if he did ever come back, again, you put him on the low age contract, so the fans know that he's not there just for the money. He's there to be playing footy and for us. And I agree with that, Dave. He's got to. I think if he ever did come back as well, he has to apologise to the fans. He's not going to. I know that because he's an arrogant footballer, but. I think to get to try and win more fans back, you'd have to come back and say, explain what happened. They're not bullshit us because they're not stupid. They're not going to just blame the club for everything that went wrong. At the end of the day, we backed them up to the hill. Remember when that rag of a paper put a story up about them, and then we just said enough's enough. So that I'm not going to mention the paper, but we banned it outright. We supported them. We did the right thing by him, and he just did that to us. Amanda Stevens, the ads would be good.
There's rumours that Fulham are in the bidding war now, and it could push to 20 million. Where are Everton getting this money from?
I think it's been bankrolled by Merseyside, mate. It's got to be bankrolled by Merseyside, and at the end of the day.
There's not all. Anyway, a lot of these fees are structured over time, as it's been well explained by our colleagues on Follow Everton. So I think there's a good amount that can be put on this year's books, and then it can be spread out. And I think there's ways around these things.
Yeah, because if you're doing it on say over 5 years, you only put year one on the books. You don't put the full 5 years on the books. So it's like basically the Garner, isn't it, of football.
If you just joined us, where have you been? It's transfer deadline day on Follow Everton, and
people have lives.
Idrissa Gueye has re-signed for Everton. He's absolutely thrilled to be part of Lampard's setup for the rest of the season. It took until transfer day to get him, but we're all thrilled that he has rejoined. I don't think there's a blue that isn't happy about that decision. You kind of know what you're going to get, and we knew when he went to Paris Saint-Germain. The player's been playing behind Lionel Messi, no less, for some of those seasons where he's won, I think, 4 domestic trophies and titles as well. So welcome back to Idrissa Gueye. If you're watching, please let us know. So the other bit of news is James Garner. We're waiting for the formalities with him. Apparently, this deal has been on the cards for a few weeks, really. I think we've had reports of him, £15 million. Apparently, he's a deep-lying defensive midfielder, and I'm sure that Jan will have more comments on regarding him. The other one is we're trying to get Diaz for 15 push 20. There seems to be a bit of a bidding war with Fulham regarding that, and we should have more news in the next 2 hours, really. It's a bit like New Year's Eve, isn't it? You have to stay up even if you don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's on Barkley.
I think, you know what, though? I think we'll get Diaz. I think we'll be able to push it over the line. Turn the lights off. Right, okay.
Yeah, we need to get you one of those stream lights, Mavsy. I'm not using mine, but it is actually very good. Here's a bit of news from Mr. Kraft.
Is that better, or is that?
It looks like it's a Halloween stream.
Yeah, I'll dim the lights. Come on. Is that better, or? That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I love Hive. Just change like the settings on your lights on the phone. It's brilliant. Jan
we're gonna have a look at Jan's comment. He'll be joined by us soon, and then I'm delighted to say that Jeff's going to be joining us. But before we bring in Jeff, let's just go to Jan's comments. He says that we are in talks to sign Diaz, and Lampard was seen leaving Finch Farm an hour ago. So let's just hope that deal is.
I've seen a photo of actually him leaving, but let's be honest. I mean, Lampard isn't the key here. You know, it's more the business guys doing the business things. Lampard can speak on the phone. Lampard doesn't have to be at Finch Farm.
We're getting mixed comments. Dave says 15 million is peanuts. Hugh says, why pay 15 million when we can get him on a free?
No, that's wrong.
Some good.
Nobody was out of contract last season, was it? This season, wasn't it? That's the. But also, if Fulham are wanting him, you're not going to get him by. So if you want him, you've got to act now. I thought it was this season he was on. He's re-signed, and that's why we've really mocked this up, because we should have got him before he signed his new contract.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 15 million.
I could be wrong there, but
if it's a difference in several places in the Premier League, which I think it would be, I think you just need to pay the money, get the striker in. I mean, I have the of 5 strikers in the squad, 4 of which should be like your main choice, but I don't know. What do I know? Jeff, he knows his stuff. Jeff, how many?
Thanks, good to say.
Hello, buddy, you're right.
What were you smoking there?
I was just about to have a moment because I wasn't sure what was coming on. Diaz just signed. He only signed a 12-month contract. He was out of contract in the summer, and then he signed a 12-month.
Right. So he was out of contract, so he's out of contract again. Right.
Yeah, he was out of contract. Hang on, let me plug that in. Can you hear me better now?
How are you doing, Jeff?
I'm all right, mate.
Can
you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Excellent. Cool.
Are you excited about today's news about Garner and the links with other players and strikers?
Miserable. Woohoo! No, I'm really happy. I think I think that obviously we still want to get like a striker or another forward at least. But I think taking the window as a whole on everything we've done so far, I can't fault any of it, because we've even apparently, I don't know whether it's completed yet, but we're even getting Gomez out, which I don't know whether we're going to get a fee for him, but that's Iggy looks dodgy. No, it was just a rollie, I promise. But yeah, if we get Gomez out as well, like if we get a striker in, I think Rondon. The window in Turkey is still open for another week after our window closes tonight. So I think if we can get a striker in tonight, we can then get Rondon out to Turkey, because their window will still be open.
Is he going on jet soon?
Sorry?
We're going to get him out on jet soon.
Yeah, if we get the 2 in, I think we'll get Rondon out, yeah. It makes sense, doesn't it?
It is better to...
Absolutely, I mean...
Knowing Everton, you would do it, they do it in the reverse order. Take Rondon out, then than not get the striker they were going for. But it's better to let him go surely after we've got the reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, Trabzonspor and Fenerbahce have shown interest in him. So we shouldn't have a problem shifting him after we've done our business tonight. But it makes sense after playing already 4 games without a striker to not take a risk. While DCL's still not fit and we haven't got another striker in, because
I think it's very different.
I know Mopé's a good striker and whatever, but he's only 5'8" or 7 or something, so we still need
mobile. He's a type of player, isn't he?
Yeah, let me just try my other.
So apparently Gomez is off to Lille, and I think that signing will probably go through. He was taken out of training, and it's probably a relief, I think, for both sides. It's a shame about Gomez. There was one point where he showed some real class in Everton's midfield, but he just hasn't worked out since the injury. Jeff, we've lost your sound. Mabsy, Gomez.
Yeah, I don't think we've lost Jeff's sound, mate. Is it?
Oh no, we can hear you. We lost Jeff's sound.
Jeff, your sound's gone. Okay, so what was he saying? Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're just saying that Gomez just not been the same player since the injury, but had a lot of promise a couple of years ago.
What? Jeff, you've gone mute. You're on mute, mate.
Jeff, your headset.
Jeff, we can't hear you, mate. Really can't hear you.
So, Mabsy, you can maybe
got me now.
Step in.
We can hear you now.
We're back.
Hey, yeah, we can see you, dick.
Yeah, sorry, mate. No, I just unplugged it because it didn't sound very good, but I'd obviously muted it while I unplugged it. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I genuinely don't think Diaz was that good. I don't think Gomez was that good anyway. I think he was a player who was good in occasional games, like, you know, the occasional big game he played all right, but I don't think he was a particularly great sign. He's not suited to this league. He's just physically not up to the job, and with his mental history issues, like, it's a signing we should never have made, in my opinion. It's just, you know, it's one of those. It's part of the litany of mistakes that we've made in terms of transfers over the last few years that we're still paying for, unfortunately. So, does anyone know what the deal is for Gomez? Are we getting money for him? Is it a permanent deal or?
I've got a clue. I just say he's off the Lille. Nothing really being said about how it's structured or what it is or whatever. No, it'll be a free loan with and he'll be back next year.
To buy or something like.
We can never sell a player. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
I'm surprised Everton managed to get money for bloody Richarlison, with them being honest. I'm actually surprised how bad the deal we make.
Player.
It's what, sorry?
If we think Gordon's worth 60, then Richarlison was worth more than that. But that's my opinion. We won't talk about what players should and will be worth. We'll talk about who's coming in and out on this one. Through to 11:30. Jeff, it's great to have you on. Did you see the Newcastle?
Mate. Did I see the what?
The Newcastle-Liverpool match last night.
Yeah, I did. What a disgrace. But, you know, Liverpool time, isn't it? The officiating was awful. It seemed like they were just going to play until Liverpool scored a goal. And then once they scored the goal, it's like, oh, we'll blow the whistle now. It's just like, it's ridiculous, but it's Liverpool, isn't it? We know what it's like. So it's a disgrace. And there was another dodgy offside in that as well, wasn't there? I think.
Apparently so.
So, you know, of course, apparently there's no bias. You know, the referees
are absolutely none whatsoever. You know, playing 3 additional minutes after stoppage time is wholly happens in every game.
Yeah, It's
And
just a disgrace, but
it's not. It's a standard FA practice. And as I say, where our offside wasn't actually an offside, that's a fucking joke as well.
yeah, that's an interesting point here. You could that's something you could argue is that he wasn't the same player when Garner left, which you can say that fair enough that Garner was the legs for him, and he's someone, if you give him time on the ball, he can ping a pass. That he definitely can ping a pass, but I just don't think that. I don't think he ever proved to be a successful signing for us. I think you could probably 10 games maximum over the whole period that he was at the club that you could say that he was a really important player on the pitch. But outside of that, I'm not sure. Hello? I can't hear somebody now.
No, Steve. I think Steve is on problems. We really need. Yeah, I think Steve's gone. Steve, he was like massive face, but
yeah, it's like Steve's like this big, but I can't hear a word he says.
Like, you know, like one of those horror movies. This big massive face.
Giant head, yeah.
Remember Games Master with Patrick Stewart?
Yes, Games Master. Yeah.
Games Master.
Are you back sorted? No, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Steve. I'm the only one that's not had connection issues today, you know.
Hello? No.
No, we can't hear you.
Try sign language.
Yeah, I don't know. That's been offensive or not to people. I think he's dropped out. Hopefully, Jan and Dan's meant to. Jan and Dan.
Bobble. Any better now?
Yeah,
that's a brilliant comment.
So many. Oh, Games Master is hilarious.
Mario Kart.
Bobblehead.
And cheat number 24 is coming in from. I love watching Games Master. It was all the cheats at the end, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the games you never had, though, it was always the games that you never had in Games Master.
Yeah. So it was like Atari ST, and Mr. Bob Simmons has written in saying that on level 45 of the Atari ST Mario from the 3.1 version that he can't get on the second level. Well, we've got to cheat for you. Press X4 and 5.
Liam.
Anyway, we do the test.
We have a show
to
run.
Definitely Liam, not Noel.
Yeah, we have a show to run. And we were just saying that we are going to be joined by Jan and Dan, the deadly combo of pessimism and optimism. But no, they're not too pessimistic, are they? They are a great bunch, and they'll be with us in just a few ticks. But
Dan is Mr. Positive, so everything he says will be positive. He'll be buzzing because we signed
Garner.
Didn't Jeff?
To be honest, if he's not actually roller skating into the studio, like in some kind of mad top, singing a song and doing disco dancing, I'll be shocked.
He's got his daughter singing about Idrissa Gueye.
Yeah.
Did you see that on Twitter? Did you see it on Twitter? And when we thought we were going to get him at the beginning of the transfer window, I was saying before.
When he did a skinny dip into the sea.
Yeah, no one wanted to see that. No one wanted to see that, right? Didn't even sign him. So I don't know what he's going to do now. I'm worried. I'm worried what tomorrow's going to bring us, what sort of video it's going to be.
No. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the stream.
In the private chat that we have amongst the hosts, Dan is so positive throughout the day that we want to know what he's on. But he'll be with us in a few minutes, and I'm sure that there's an element here where we've got feet on the ground, haven't we, Mabsy? Jeff? We're not the
realist. Yeah, we're the realist gang.
We're not getting too carried away. but we do know
we're winning a lot, mate. We are winning a lot.
I think Jeff, what's quite remarkable for me is the turnaround. We've got two centre backs who are, for me, good quality, and it's going to take time for everyone to get really familiar with the way that they're set up. And I think we still don't know whether it's going to be five at the back or how it's going to shuffle around. We've managed to get rid of some of the, with respect, dead wood. With players going out that maybe are not in the caliber of players that are going to keep us in the league and help us push up towards the top half. And then he's starting to bring in players and also sending out the right signs with Gordon that that we're not going to be a pushover anymore.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. I think that even without us getting in any more players, as of right now, as of what the business that we've done, I think this is the best window we've ever had. I think it's genuinely that good. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I know we did some good business when we got Lukaku and whatever, but we weren't in the same situation, and we were already a good side. We were already in around the top 7 quite regular. So bringing those players in, they were good players and they did help. But we weren't in the absolute doo-doo that we were in at the end of last window. I mean, we've literally elevated every single department of our squad. Like the centre back situation sorted. Central midfield, which was an absolute horror show last year. It was basically an open goal for anyone who could run through, run holding the ball. They were taking us on all the time, and we've solved that issue completely as well. So we've got a solid a solid defense, a solid midfield. We've got ball carriers. We've got a threat, even though we haven't got the final pieces, which is maybe another striker or whatever that'll really put the cherry on the top. But we've basically transformed our side. So from looking like we survived relegation by skin of our teeth. So we're at least a solid mid-table side now. At least a solid mid-table side, possibly even better. If we get a couple of more players in, which is possible, you could argue that we're not far off challenging Europe. Seriously.
Don't get too carried away, Jack. We've got to put the ball in the onion bag first.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
what
not
I
gone
said.
in that often. I mean, what
no,
we scored?
That's what I said is the final pieces,
again.
but we're not so far behind the pack that it's going to be difficult to catch up. That's the thing is.
No, because I think what we've seen this season is that teams are taking points off each other.
Yeah, I mean even the small teams are taking points off the big teams, and so it is what it is, isn't it?
Realistically,
I think it's going to be a funny season.
I can't think. Go on, sorry.
The table is it's too early to look at the table. You can look at where everyone is, but I think it'd be great to bring in our fellow guests. I got to start with Mr. Optimism, and then Jan. Here he is.
Oh, fuck off!
All I want to do is do it.
Hey!
All I want to do is sign Chuckle. All I want to do is sign Chuckle. How we doing?
We're doing great, Jan. This is
because the light's bright in my eyes. Hold on, let me just get my cup of tea. Stuff's gonna get serious. There you go. There we go. Get the cup of tea.
It's gonna be a long night, Dan. We're through till 11:30.
I know. I don't know how long I'm gonna last with this cup of tea, but I'll keep going till I drop that.
I don't.
Oh, Mabsy, you going?
Stay on for a bit, then go on.
No, we've got Mabsy. We've got
for half an hour. Right, I will be back though. Okay.
Right, what's happening
Mabsy,
then?
It's
Update
been an
me.
Absolute pleasure having Mabsy on. Thank you again for your contribution. It's always good.
Let's get on these comments. What's the comments saying?
Well,
I don't know any news either.
You don't know any news, Dan? Where have you been?
No, I've just been doing the tortilla, whatever you say, is rap challenge.
So you know about Garner Gueye, of course, and
yes, I do know about him.
Diaz is the player that we're hoping to get through. But I'm
I did
delighted
see
to
that.
say that the manager, the Viking,
The Blue Viking is here.
Yay!
here he is.
Oh, I tell you what, I had a bit of a delay. How are you doing, fellas?
Yeah,
All
we're
right,
good,
fella,
thanks.
yeah.
How are you?
Oh, it's good to be back. It's almost good to be an Evertonian. Oh my God, you would not believe Twitter is. I don't know if you've been on there. I've just got to get there. Twitter is in meltdown about Idrissa Gueye.
Yeah.
Why?
Right.
Yeah, all 3 people have tweeted that they're happy that he's come back.
Basically, what I'm going to say, I'm not going to. Right. I'm just going to read out
Why?
like the context of what's been going on. Rainbow Toffees, understandably, have been talking about Idrissa Gueye not refusing to show support for Rainbow Laces LGBTQ+. First and foremost, I just want to caveat anything I say by I don't care in the slightest about anyone's personal choices, preferences, sexuality, gender identity. I only care about the quality of their soul and their heart. If they're good people, it doesn't bother me in the slightest, right? And I will support all causes that are breaking down intolerance, hatred, injustice, everything like that. Right, and I'll love anyone if they're good people. I support Rainbow Toffees because they do fantastic work. But obviously, I understand Paul tweets on behalf of them, and it's just my opinion, right? But what I will say is they've been calling out for a meeting, like trying to tweet Peter Reid, Neville Southall, homophobia versus football, all this kind of stuff. Now, I just tweeted this. Just call me out on this, right? If you want. But I retweeted it with the quote that I doubt Rainbows are calling for any heads or looking to attack Idrissa Gueye because they'd said, I'd love to meet up with him if Everton can make this happen. But I do think they are asking for a gesture on behalf of those they represent. For instance, for example, how can a positional impasse be bridged? Religion, tolerance, acceptance, all mixing together. It's very difficult for Idrissa Gueye, but maybe easier for Everton. Now, it's not Idrissa Gueye's place to represent or speak on behalf of an entire religion or belief system. He could, for example, not feel capable of articulating such a complex issue, nor feel it's his duty to provide a magic solution which has evaded humanity for centuries. His personal beliefs are his own, and we live in a world where he's free to hold them, especially in our society. He hasn't actually condemned or spoken out. He's not expressed intolerance, but he's abstained from showing support. Just much like Sadio Mane has done at Bayern Munich with the, or was it Borussia Dortmund with the beer. That may be taken as a negative action, but as long as he's not spreading hate or intolerance, it's okay with me. We can't force someone to be or believe something that they don't. Moreover, we don't actually know what he believes. It could be that he simply wants to avoid backlash from those who criticize his faith, either as expression of it or the tenets it espouses. Now, in his home country, it's illegal, so he might be doing it out of fear or it could be that he doesn't want to express that he doesn't particularly, hypothetically, he might not agree with it being wrong in the eyes of his religion, but he doesn't want to come across as not being faithful to his religion. We don't know. It's all just speculation. Ultimately, though, and this is my point, I don't want to see this as a causal reason to split or divide our fan base. I don't want to see any posts or talk that is anti-Idrissa Gueye or homophobic or Islamophobic. Ultimately, I ended this by saying, please be kind to each other and try to understand why others might be hurting. But ultimately, we're all stronger together as one. That's all I'm saying on that. I'm glad he's back because, as Kevin said before, I was here for that. We've not been the same since he left, and I'm glad to see him put on the blue shirt.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think the other thing as well is and it's something we don't often consider. He's got family, and I don't just mean his own personal family. I mean he's got a lot of family back home, and their beliefs and their situation back home might be affected by him saying anything. We don't know the full story. That's the whole point. But like you said, he hasn't come out and specifically said, I dislike or hate somebody for their for their orientation or whatever. He hasn't come out and vocally said something.
Yeah.
He's just chosen to stay silent and abstain from supporting that one particular issue, for his own personal reasons, which is it's unfortunate, but it's one of those situations where unless he actually does something overtly negative or says something overtly negative, you kind of have to respect his beliefs in the same way that you respect other people's beliefs, religion, faith, whatever, because they're entitled to that belief, aren't they, really?
Yeah, and he's backed into a corner. Either he supports it and gets criticised for not being a faithful Muslim, or he decries it. So I think it's backing him into his... yes, we can still be red shite phobic.
Yes.
Yeah. And Kevin is quite right. You can't blame a man equally. Ultimately, like we look at things from a very Western, Anglo-centric, almost individualistic way. Compare that to China or Japan. Because of the country that you're born into by just happenstance, I don't think it's fair to blame an individual for a religion that he's born into, one that he might. That there is plenty of things to say. That there are billions of people out there, and not a single person speaks for them. And it's maybe the Pope. But
but like you said,
I wanted to get that out there because I've been watching some videos and I've just seen that, and like someone might bring it up, but yeah,
I've seen it. There's a comment there, and I've seen a lot of this on Twitter. Yeah, I've seen that on Twitter today. Even one comment like that saying Rainbow Toffees have blocked me because I've said that they shouldn't be getting on Garner Gueye's back, and I got blocked, even though I'm obviously that's what they've said. Just linked to that same sort of comment. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's something that should just be left alone. If something comes out and something bad happens, then fair enough. But he's just come to Everton. Give him a break. That's how I'm thinking. Let him enjoy it. Let him be happy. He's just come to Everton. He's just said, I'm going to give my soul to Everton. I've come back home. I'm going to do absolutely everything I can.
Quick update on the Championship, if anyone's interested.
Go on. What we got? Let me get my glasses
on loan to Blackburn. Dervisoglu to Burnley on loan. Simpson to Huddersfield. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Rewind. I can fucking rewind it. Oh.
We've also got Man United are winning 1-0 against Leicester.
Oh, are they?
Leicester seems to be a bit of a soft touch at the moment.
Yeah, Leicester are a problem.
As you probably know, some earlier things. Anthony's gone to United for 86. Manuel Akanji to Man City. That Warren Fayers to Leicester for 15. Willy Bolly to Forest. Oh, another one added to their team photograph. It'll be like finding where's Waldo?
Where's Wally?
Where's Bolly? Yeah. Stevens has gone from Southampton to Bournemouth on loan. Kazawa's gone to Fulham. Gay, obviously. William has gone on a free to Fulham. Dubravka as a backup keeper, isn't he? He's a keeper.
Did you just say Bolly's gone to Forest?
Willy Bolly.
Yeah.
Willy Bolly, yeah.
And the other one from Chelsea as well, isn't he? The striker that we was linked to. Batshuayi.
Batshuayi, yeah.
Missy Batshuayi, yeah.
He's going Forest as well.
But I've heard there's rumours that Oriol Romeo is leaving Southampton, but Saints are after Ainsley Maitland-Niles.
Yeah.
I think Forest are just trying to buy every player to stay up so no one else can get the players. That's their tactic on staying up.
It's the most scattergun.
Most
scattergun approach to a window that I think I've ever seen.
That is crazy. How many strikers they got now then? So they got that one that they brought in, the big lad at the start. Then they've got Dennis. Then they've got Lingard. Then what you got? What you got?
Blackburn Rovers are about to sign Middlesbrough striker Josh Coburn. I don't know if that's a domino thing.
The moment I wake up, every hour,
the
every
other thing
day.
in relation to that transfer,
that's going to happen.
There's talk of Lewis Warrington going to Blackburn on loan, which might be a little sweetener in the deal, if you know what I mean.
What have Chelsea done so far?
Stevie frozen.
I'm
looks
still
deeply
here.
suspicious.
I'm
Oh, you're still there, yeah?
going through the news.
I
Jan, you've
can't
not
believe he
mentioned
just said
about-
he frozen. He was
I thought you
moving.
were frozen, but your just expression
He was
wasn't
reading.
changing.
He was reading.
I'm reading comments. I'm also looking at news. Obviously,
Yeah,
82
so
million
basically,
just ahead.
Lewis Warrington on loan to Blackburn, which might be like a sweetener,
Has that been done?
No, it's being talked about.
Yeah, it makes sense. I did say that earlier on Twitter.
That's what I said. Is like if we're trying to get Diaz, then offering him on loan, it might be a little sweetener. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I thought even Cannon you could have chucked Cannon in on that deal if they needed a striker, but Jan's just gone and said apparently
good call actually.
They might be getting a striker. So, but we had good assets that Blackburn could have actually pulled in to help them out. Like generally, if they would have given us Diaz and we would have done a striker and thingy to them, we could have helped them out. It would have helped them win-win situation.
Yeah, but we weren't sure that we actually wanted Diaz. This is the thing is, I think he's been someone that's been on a list of players, but not at the top of the list. I think obviously Brozier was the one that Lampard wanted from the start, and I think it's late now, and we're not going to get him. So.
What's happening with
Charles? How are you doing, all right? Happy evening.
How are you doing, Charles E? What's happening with the Shuckle brother?
Idrissa Gueye. Well, on that note of fantastic good news and confirmation, and maybe you just sort of noticed there that Blackburn has signed that striker. I've just got to say on that note, I believe it's time for a bit of a rotation. Stevie has done a wonderful job.
Squad rotation.
Yeah, we've got to do a bit of squad rotation now. We get more subs and a bigger squad, and luckily we're sort of home nations here, so there's no foul play there. But yeah, while he's still got a missus who's who loves him for the time being.
Who's that?
That's still the case. Guys, have a great night. I may well see you later on, but if not, enjoy the fireworks, and hopefully there'll be one more deal just to make Dan be even more optimistic, and we'll see.
You're not staying for the sparklers?
We'll stay for the fireworks, but
sparklers after the fireworks.
Yeah, three's company, four's a crowd. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of the Viking himself, and have a good night, everyone who's been watching for the last hour and 20 minutes. Appreciate all your support, and do stick around. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you either side of the derby match. Good night from me.
Well done,
Before
Steve.
you go, Steve, I don't know if you want to stay. It's still a work in progress, depending on what happens in the transfer deadline. And there's another verse that I need to put in to sort of lift up. But what about a sort of a very angry rendition? Do you fancy hearing my latest poem ready for the derby?
Go on. It'll be a great way for me to slip out and have it out. With style over this very poor connection that I've had for this evening.
Okay. Like I say, this is a work in progress. And it's not and it's also a little bit of a change from my usual, because it's going back to my normal style of being more spoken word, not just the rhyming couplets. So here we go. This isn't a usual rhyme from a pen, nothing very zen, not quotable by media men, not when there's a pattern of wheeling out ex-Reds out of bed in their hordes, as if in their heads there's only one team here that's adored. But seeing Rachel Brown, Lescott and Beckford on board, some Everton context for once had me floored. Let's make sure, again, we can't be ignored. But I'm getting bored. Controversy, another Travassi, even Bocelli could see the FA are singing from a satanic hymn sheet, not measured on feet. If I sound like I'm on repeat, let me make it clear. The wankers in black fuck up year after year, like they've got it in for our team. Add them to the list for the guillotine. I'll continue to be the voice, give them the powers that be. No choice but to see it's ours. That's the point, Sam, the city, with this siege mentality. Maybe not well-rounded, I concede. Let's get them hounded, confounded, all surround sounded. Make me believe, leave the part-time fans downright dumbfounded. Air so thick with blue smoke, the Norway flight's grounded. It's not the usual banter, not a bit of fun trotted out at a canter, not idle chit-chat, small talk on weather. The derby's a different kettle of fish altogether. If I had my wish, we'd be playing much better. Same old, how many times retold? Pickford on Van Dijk, Pickford on Van Dijk. Fuck off, la, take a hike. Better yet, on your bike. If we had our way, you'd never walk again. As I said, not very zen. But calm down, calm down. No need to choke back your indignation. Have a smoke on the walk from Kirkdale Station. 9-0, sign from God, virtue masturbation. Isn't the score enough? Are my words too tough that they arrest your relaxation? Sing in your fields of fucking hell, why? Isn't it time for that sectarian bullshit to die? Because you'll always fucking cry. Always the victims, never to blame. Like you don't play the shithouse game. Here's a game for you. Not that you'll be able to grasp how it goes. Can you come up with something, anything new, besides bitter blue nose?
A little bit of working on that, haven't you?
Oh.
There was definitely a few extra verses in there from the first time I heard
And that's where you've been today, working on that.
In part, yeah.
Nice one, fella.
Really great,
Oh.
as always. Very passionate. Yeah. What can you do to follow up? Have a great night, Blues.
Nice one. Thank you very much, sir. Have a nice evening. Right.
The boss has got, well, he's not the boss, but, you know.
That's zoomed in, hasn't it?
So go on then. Let's start talking about the business that we've actually done, because until we get some more news, the one, like, we've obviously got to talk about Garner, but I want to talk about James Garner, because I think that's a cracking little bit of business to me. That for £8 million plus obviously add-ons, I think that's fantastic business, because I saw a bit of him playing for Forest last year, and he's one of those players who's got a bit of everything. He runs, he tackles, he's got a bit of snide about him.
Yes.
He can take a free kick, he can score a goal from outside the area. He's got a little bit of everything about him. Kind of reminds me, and I don't want to like put too much of an expectation on him, kind of reminds me a little bit of a young Gerrard. You know, that kind of all action, snidey, getting about the pitch, causing grief kind of player. And I think for the money that we're paying for him, I think he could be turn out to be an absolute steal. An absolute steal.
I mean, the thing that people are talking about, Dave said, news is United have a buyback clause, though, which isn't ideal. But
it's not true. It's not true. Just shoot that down straight away. It's not true. They haven't got a buyback clause. They've got a sell-on clause, 20%.
Okay, sell-on clause, 20%. I was just going to say, even if it is, we've got to look at it season by season from now and talk about player and team development. And even if we are going to, even if there was, it'd be for a profit, which puts us in a decent position and, gives us a more established base to go from next year. Because you've got to think, for a team that just evaded relegation, we might not have been the most appealing target, which I think Thelwell and Lampard is the draw.
Yeah.
But no, watching videos of James Garner, again, you run the risk of just watching these kind of highlight reels where it's all the best and all the sort of, audio visual sort of onanism where people are just cherry picking the best moments. But, was it 8 or 9 million increase into 15? Got to say, though, there's something about him that he's been at United's youth team and he's sort of deep lying. He's not afraid to get stuck in, and he's got quick feet and he can turn pretty well. He was on loan at like Watford and Forest, so he knows the nitty gritty fundamentals of the game. Evidentially, in principle, from going through the youth at United, and then having gone through that, and them lot are in talks over a loan deal for Arthur Mello from Juve.
If anybody's got any,
because Henderson got injured, he's done his hamstring, so they're short in midfield now.
I was just going to say, if anybody in the comments, obviously keep you engaged. If any of you have got any information, keep dropping it in the comments, because I'm just trusting Jan and Jeff here to tell me the updates, because I'm not even looking. And you in the comments as well. I'm going to read your comments to tell us the updates and stuff like that. So drop it in as well. What you're
Have you got access to the comments, Dan?
What's that?
Have you got access to the comments?
No, but I can read them.
It's all right.
Oh, right, okay.
Kevin said he's a baller. This is James Garner. P. Macker said he captained every youth level at United.
That's why I said young Gerrard. I know it's a big, that's a big tag to live up to, and I'm not saying he's going to be that good, but I just mean in that kind of way, he's got good head on his shoulders. He gets about the pitch. He gets up and down. He scores a goal.
And do you know,
puts in a good tackle. He's a good all-round centre midfielder, basically.
But you know, like Connor Cody as well. One thing is, I think more. I mean, it's not the be-all and end-all, but he will also get Everton from being in the Northwest, and he's born in Birkenhead, so he will understand.
Yes, I did read it.
What football means to it'd be true whether he's a red playing for Everton or a blue playing for Liverpool. You understand what it means to play for these teams and what we expect, and especially Everton now, what we need, and we kind of need that solidarity with the fans, with the team, and that's kind of reflected. Yeah, I mean, Amanda makes a very good point here. Delegate. Allow those to do their job. Moshiri seems to have learned to let Frank and Thelwell do their jobs.
Yeah.
What did you think of Moshiri being spotted at somewhere, not at Liverpool, but what did you think of him being spotted at the hotels?
He was in London. I'm assuming that he was there to get some deals done that were bigger. That we haven't spoken about yet, which seem unlikely but are still possible.
I've just got to say, we are going to have a guest at some point very soon. Alfie Harrison.
Has he worked it out how to get in? Has he?
He's a Liverpool fan.
Right, Dan, are you sending Alfie the link? Because I can send it.
You're nobbling him before he even gets here.
Yeah, I'll give him a bit of grief. Do you know what I mean? We've got to put him on the spot with him being a newbie. Got to rock him a little bit. He's all right, to be fair. I've spoke to him before on Spaces.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
He's a good lad. He can come and have a little chat, see what he thinks. Be interesting to hear a different voice and a different opinion, won't it, to ours? Because we kind of know each other's brains a little bit, don't we?
Yeah.
I am absolutely buzzing, like Onana, Garner, and I don't know who we're going to get else, but I'm just buzzing with Onana and Garner. I am really buzzing with those two players. Like, yeah. I generally, when I listen to Garner's interview, it generally gave me like frigging pump, like, yes, this is good, because I was waiting for his interview, but he said everything I wanted him to say and more. He said like he kept in touch with Coleman. He said that Lampard cracking talk with Lampard of what he's going to do, his purpose, and he Garner Gueye isn't coming back to just fit in or be on the bench. He said, "I'm coming back to make Everton win games." He said it at the end. I want to win every game. And we've got Garner Gueye, frigging Tarkowski, Cody, leaders, and the young boys are showing leadership as well. Onana, Patterson looks like he's getting pumped. I tell you something, we're looking solid. I mean, other than this player that we're all crying out for now, hoping that he gets revealed, either Diaz or the Chuckle brother. What's his name? That Chuckle guy.
Chukwueze.
Chuckle brother, Chukwueze. Right. He would be good as well, and maybe even Kudus as well.
I think apparently Ajax have rejected a bid from us because they believe he's worth keeping on to. I've just got to let you guys know, in the wings, ladles and jelly spoons, jelly beans, whatever you want to call us. We have waiting, eager to join us, the irrepressible Alfie Harrison.
He isn't a Liverpool fan. That was a joke, by the way.
So we are going back temporarily. I'm going to take a back seat. Let you guys talk. Just try and pop up the comments as and when. But let's give a big welcome to Alfie.
There you
go. I should have got my shades as well.
Thank you about that, Dan, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I had to put you on the spot.
Hey up, Alfie. You all right, buddy?
You all right, Jeff?
Yeah, Sam, mate. Thanks. How are you doing?
It's mad being on this because we usually do Spaces, don't we?
Yeah, so it's actually weird to see each other because it's like I don't like we just literally just spoke on Spaces. For those who don't know, we do afternoon Spaces sometimes. Like a little bit of a phone-in show in it sometimes.
Yeah.
Which is a bit mad because that implies one of us is an expert and neither of us is an expert. But
I met Alfie. Well, you were at the A View from the Bullens event, weren't you, mate?
Yeah.
Got an award there for. I've got to say, like, I'm not buttering your muffin here or anything. Like, thoroughly. I mean,
you are.
He got an award for what?
Right. Young lad, but he's got his head screwed in. Absolutely fucking lovely, genuine, and it is a pleasure to have you on. So, it's lovely for you to join us, mate. Thank you.
Nice one. Thanks for coming on, Alf.
What did he get a reward for? What did he get a reward for? I didn't get a reward. Oh, he's got it next to him. I love it. Polished it up. I can't read it. You're going to have to read it out to me.
The Alan Ball Young Evertonian Award from last season. I can't believe I got it last season because I was nearly on my deathbed after last season. Going to Norwich away and just getting beat 2-1. But, yeah, it was a good night, wasn't it, Jan?
No way.
Yeah, I've got to say, though,
he's the only Evertonian I know who's got a trophy.
I have to see how difficult was it to... I've got to say that, Alfie. How difficult was it to hear all that Neville Southall had to say? Like, it was very quiet there. Oh, my God, it went into Irish. No, it was Irish. Yeah, sorry. Right, he's the softest spoken bloke with a room full of Evertonians, like effing and blinding and like swilling beer steins everywhere. And then there's Neville Southall, like speak up, mate. You weren't that funny.
He doesn't drink, does he?
No.
Who am I teabagging? Someone just says I'm teabagging someone in the comment. I haven't agreed to come on and teabag anyone on this channel. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether it's because I'm on top of you, Dan, or whether it's a reference to So, Alfie.
Oh, funny man.
So yeah, come on, Alfie. Alfie, your views on the signing of Garner coming back.
Absolutely amazing. He's our prince, isn't he? He just adds that role in our midfield that Onana can learn under. And I think the midfield's sorted now. But the only issue we need is to get an attacker in, which everyone knows by now. I think we're going to pull the plug on someone,
Yeah.
I think there'll be a deal sheet.
Just an interruption. Southampton have signed Ainsley Maitland-Niles on loan from Arsenal.
We were going to get him in January.
That's crazy, isn't it? Because they kept him and said they was going to give him a chance, and then he didn't really get a chance, did he? And he's gone already, so there was no point in keeping him.
They got Shinchenko, didn't they?
Good shout.
They got Jesus, didn't they? Jesus now they've got Jesus. They're not bothered about any striker after him. He's on fire.
No, like I said, they're after who's the centre back from Villa? It's not Diaz, is it?
Not Mings, is it? You can't build about Mings.
Douglas Luiz, that's the guy.
Yeah. Villa apparently Villa rejected a bid earlier, 23 million.
Did they? Wow, that's a lot. Because he only got a year left on his contract as well, but
they're
in danger of getting
situation of Diaz. He's got a year left.
Yeah, so it's one of those, isn't it? Where
should have done it earlier though, shouldn't he?
It's kind of because I think they're a struggling side as well, and it's like staying in the division is worth more than selling a player that could cost you relegation. In it, you're in that situation, and I think like in terms of Diaz, you can say that him staying could get them promoted. How much is that worth? I think that's why they're pushing for like 20 million, because it's like, well, if we keep him and get promoted, it's worth more than.
It's like when Barcelona got linked with Richarlison, they bidded 85 million, didn't they? I think it was the season 19-20, but we kept him and we stayed up because of him and other players. So
yeah. Sometimes it's just where sometimes you have to make a logical decision that like survival is more important than a few quid, unless it's like a massive amount. So you're spot on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work through some. You carry on, Alfie.
No, don't worry. But I think James Garner is an absolutely fantastic deal. Absolutely fantastic. He's 8 or 9 million. What's his initial fee? 8 or 9 million.
9 million. Up to 15. Up to 15 in add-on. Rising up to 15 with potential add-ons and a 20% sell-on clause.
Yeah. So there's no buy back clause for United, which is absolutely amazing. I think isn't he a number 8?
Yeah, I said before, and people can shoot me down and whatever. I said like a young Stevie G, because he used
to play in the defence in the youth, you know.
Yeah, but he's got that box to box. He can score a goal. He knows he can eye a pass. He can put a tackle, and he's like a good all round player that I think, obviously, I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Steven Gerrard. Fair enough, but he's that kind of player that he's gonna get stuck in, loves a tackle, puts himself about. He's got a good engine, gets up and down the pitch.
Just to learn under off, by the way. What better manager?
Yeah. Kudos coming. No
chance.
No.
I thought someone said he was getting the flight over. Obviously, that was just rumours.
No, he went on strike apparently to try and force a move. Yeah. Which I don't think that's ever a wise move. I don't even though I want players to come to play for Everton. I don't like any player doing that through it because if you're earning the wages and you work at a club, you have to respect the club and do your job and push for a move. That's all well and good, but
there is the other end though. Does the club respect him? If he wants to play and they're not playing him, and he generally isn't getting to play football, and they're just putting him on the bench, and he really wants to play, then the club could be disrespecting him. And that could be the reason for him wanting to leave. I generally think it's because he ain't playing. He was getting, 4 minutes on the bench when he's fit?
No, but that's 2 wrongs don't make a right.
It doesn't. Well, I just say that there is 2 sides. Generally, he might have his point where he's in a good thingy.
You've been called out by Stu. Why not use Lampard as an example rather than Slippy G?
Because he's not the same kind of player. Because Lampard was more like he wasn't really the defensive side of the game, so it doesn't compare. He's a different kind of player. So
I was absolutely buzzing with James Garner, and then you said Steven Gerrard, and then it put me off him, and I was thinking, don't sign him now. Get rid of him.
I mean, do you think?
I'm joking.
But if you could sign a 21-year-old Steven Gerrard for 8 million quid plus add-ons, you'd be like, well, happy.
Alfie, who would you most like to see then? This Chukwueze, Diaz, is there anyone else? Because I've heard that there's been Fabrizio Romano saying that the Memphis Depay saga might not be over. It might not be beyond the realms of possibility. Come on, I've just got to throw something out there.
Yeah.
Well, like Brozier.
I think Brozier will be staying at Chelsea. Apparently, Chelsea fans were raving how highly rated and how good he was against Southampton, even though they got that 2-1 defeat. Out of all the options we've been linked with, I want Diaz tonight, but I don't think that's going to happen because Paul, who does the spaces with me, he just said, the Blackburn reporter just said that Diaz will not be joining Everton. The figures are far apart from each club's. But I mentioned anything could happen. Everton could literally pull the plug at any time. I believe we do have the funds, though.
Yeah.
I do believe we do have the funds to buy Diaz. It's just whether we're taking that risk. But we do definitely need an attacker. Who else?
Does Alfie live inside an old leather casey? That's brilliant because of your background.
Yeah. It's me light bulb.
So,
yeah, I know.
Hey, that looks good, that does. I like your style.
Dave's just said apparently Depay is available for as little as 8 million. Now, as you say, if we're going to spend the money, if we've got it available for Brereton Diaz, if we're banking on DCL being our number 1 striker or number 9 and coming back from injury, sorry, it might be a bit rude. I'm just keeping an eye on the TV in case there's any sort of breaking news.
No, that's fine.
Do you not think? I mean, where would you feel? on a player like that who's towards the end of their career, maybe looking to go for just a sort of 2-year, that kind of thing, where we're getting some sort of backup and someone that can bring that experience and do the job. Is that something that you'd be happy with?
I'd rather go and get Diaz, which is double the price, simply because he's 23 years old. He's proven it in the Championship, and some Championship players like James Garner in a different position can play in the Premier League. We were linked with Shea Adams, but obviously Southampton wanted big dough for him. So that was not going to happen. Who else have we been linked with? There's so many names, isn't there?
Everybody.
I would stay clear of Depay, to be honest. If it was a loan deal, take it absolutely any day, because we've got one loan space, haven't we? So
someone just put Big Dunk for 12 months. Would you have Big Dunk for 12 months back, or striker? Yeah. I just read that in the comments.
He's free. He's free, isn't he?
Yeah, get him. Big Dunk up top, centre forward. I've had a couple of debates on Twitter, because generally I get that we're desperately I get that we do need a striker, but it just seems to me that people are acting like we haven't even signed Mupé. It is generally they're acting like we haven't signed him.
Sorry, I think in all the madness of not seeing him and signing it, it's just kind of just gone under the radar a little bit.
But it does, though, doesn't it? Like I would argue, people have said we need to sign a striker. We haven't signed a striker this window, and I goes, we have signed Mupé. Maybe he's not your cup of tea, but you can't just bypass that we have actually signed a striker.
He gets double digits, doesn't he?
Yeah, he'll be a good striker for us. You watch, because I feel like the move is exactly what he needed, I feel he'll be good.
He's the type of Everton player as well. He's the type of player we need. I don't know if I can swear on it.
Snidey little bugger.
Yeah.
You can say that.
They've just said, let's be honest, everyone's fighting for the players Forest aren't signing.
Yeah.
I just checked that, by the way, Paul. You are right. Depay's only 28. He turns 29.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say he's not
28. Didn't know.
Yeah, but Mark said, can't believe today so far so disappointing. Only Gueye and hopefully Garner. Now Sky reporting that Garner's going to be announced. James Garner. So we've had Vinagre, Cody, Tarkovsky,
McNeil,
Mopé.
Onana.
Now Gueye's come back. Onana, and we're going to get James Garner. I mean,
Mupé as well.
Yeah, I mentioned him.
But
I mean, so if on top of that, it just seems like, do you think there's a case of overkill if we do go out and splash the cash and then potentially,
I don't think it's necessarily overkill, because I think that as an Everton fan, you're chasing perfection. You want everything. It's like a kid at Christmas. Like, how many presents is enough? Do you know what I mean? Like, because if you get a dozen presents, go on.
It's like Merseyside when he joined Everton. He was splashing the cash, weren't he? And he was like a kid in a sweet shop, weren't he?
Yeah.
What you got?
The thing is, if we've got, we've solved an awful lot of issues, but we haven't completed the job necessarily.
Another question is, I wonder what's happening with Andre Gomez at the minute.
He's
in Lille.
Is he in Lille? I wonder what the deal will be, though.
Andre Gomez is in France to complete a medical. That's crazy, because a lot of the rumours told us, even the bubble said that he's going nowhere. He's happy where he is, happy with his wage. His agent has said he's going nowhere. And then all of a sudden, the next day, he's at Lille.
He's on a plane.
Yeah, so it just shows don't listen.
The French style of football will suit him more, and he obviously wants to play. I mean, maybe that's not necessarily true, but you'd assume that any footballer wants to play football. And seeing Onana come in and James Garner, he might have been given that sort of dispensation to go, okay, well, we wanted you, but clearly there's a certain element of you're not fitting the.
I think he would have happily stayed.
Yeah.
If it was a Turkish club coming in, or some crappy team from nowhere, I think it was the fact that it was Lille, and that appealed to him. If you know what I mean, because it's a biggish club in France. They play nice footy. They're going to be challenging in European football and whatever. That's a good. That's not like a big step down for him. He's going to be playing in a decent standard, and he's going to be playing European football. So I think it was just a case of he hadn't heard a decent offer, and then that come in, and he was like, "Yeah, that'll do for me."
Sky's saying he's in France now. Mark's asking what's happened with Chukwueze. I think it's CHUKWUEZE. Close enough. I believe
I
saw reports from the Nigerian Daily Post that Everton that Villarreal value him at about 65-70 million. However,
that was rubbish.
But there's been reported that there's interest from a Premier League team. And then from another source in Spain that there's interest in him on a loan deal. So it could just be people speculating.
I can tell you the story if you want.
Go for it.
From what I've heard, we basically agreed the deal. Everything was all sorted. The only issue is work permit. That's the hold up. But I'm only going off someone told me basically who's in the know that we'd agreed the deal, agreed terms and all of that. He's happy to come here. That it was a loan, an initial loan for a year, with an obligation to buy next year, and then basically. It's the work permit issue is the issue, So if we can get the deal done, that might be the
something's got you on there.
That might be the surprise package that comes in late, if you know what I mean. So
Dave has pointed out the Nigerian Daily Post, a usual tabloid found in and around the leafy suburbs of Merseyside.
Dave is the Lee Evans of the comments, isn't he? He's very sharp on the comments. His hand's gone. He's still.
They do have someone lined up. They've just signed 2 strikers.
Thanks, Dave.
It's all right.
A lot of our fans are like. Do you think our fans will be frustrated if we don't sign a striker? Like, obviously, I've just pointed out we have signed Mupe, but do you think I've seen a lot of people that are really angry with this window, and I'm saying to them like, I'm actually buzzing with this window, and you're really, really fuming with the window. Do you think it's a little bit too greedy? Because at the start of this window, generally, I didn't think we'd sign anyone.
Jeff.
We had crap centre backs. We didn't have any leaders in centre backs. Our centre midfield couldn't put one pass together. Generally, couldn't put one pass together. It was awful. Yeah. And watching us last season, we had a really bad team that I thought it was going to take us 4 or 5 years to turn around. And we've gone in this window and brought in 2 new centre-backs that are leaders. We've gone and brought in Garner Gueye, who's going to be incredible, number 6, better experience than anyone. We've got Onana. We've got this James Garner, who's a good attacking midfielder and a good defensive midfielder. Our wingers ain't bad because we've got Gordon, Gray, Townsend is coming back, and we've got Mupe. Mupe's class as well.
Dan.
Go on.
We've had some Premier League news. Dan Handball James, the one that handled the ball. Well, I haven't properly checked it out, but it looked bloody like it in the replay. Is having his medical for a loan at Fulham. But I've just got to get onto that because Alfie, you're only here for however long you're welcome. PMAC has asked, was that you, the Ashley Williams? That video had me in stitches.
Is that the Chucky video? The Chukwueze?
No.
Which one?
No, the Ashley Williams video. It's like an older one, I think.
No. How many videos are you putting out, lad? But you asked something about.
I've made so many today, Obviously,
I've made loads as well. I've literally been
I can't play it because of copyright and stuff like that. But basically, I did a video of Chukwueze dancing to "Spirit of the Blues."
I've made loads as well, and it's a bugger that they try and do you for the copyright because generally, like if you're going to make a video, you're not even copying the video. You're just using the video that's out there.
No,
It's
and the
just
thing
stupid.
is if you actually film the video and hold it up to the screen during the stream, you're not infringing the copyright. But if you upload it and
It's
put it
fair
as
use.
part of the stream, then you get done.
Yeah, but they can't prove that it's their video, because the person that's done that video of the edit has actually gone and got that video from somewhere. So they can't prove that you haven't gone and got it from the place that they got it from. That's my point.
A lot of the time, it's the metadata. It's embedded in it to a certain extent. I've just got to say as well, Southampton seems to be having a bit of a clear out. Jan Valerie's having a medical ahead of going to Angier.
I like Valerie.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I go out and buy myself.
I knew you were going to sing.
And I look across the border. Hold on, come on, get these glasses on. Oh, since I come home, got my back. Oh, you gotta love it. Are we gonna sign anyone? I've come on this for I thought, you know what, I'm gonna leave it late because I'm gonna come on and we're gonna sign Chuckle Brother.
About Everton now.
Oh,
is that your son, mate?
What they're saying?
Let me just stand it up.
Chelsea midfielder Billy Gilmore having a medical at Brighton.
Yeah.
Well, we've been linked to him a million times, so that's bye-bye. It's one to bed. Jeff, is that your son?
No,
Just
it's
talking
not.
about Idrissa Gueye.
No, it's not, mate.
You need to start. You need to start saying "Dad" now. You need to start saying "Dad" when you speak to Jeff now. Yeah. What? Or is it Dar or something like that? You need to start saying that now. Oh, these make you laugh in the comments.
Yeah, it is, Kevin. It is notorious for YouTube for copyright strikes. It's a pain in it. So
the reason
I can't do anything.
It's been reported as well. Mark's just pointed out. I want Diaz. Why we offered him a deal? We offered Watford a deal of 25 for Pedro, so we definitely have some money. It could be, it's all these rumours about Diaz. It may well be that there's just they don't value him as that, or they don't want him. However, do you guys are aware of the João Pedro, why it was rejected? It wasn't that they wouldn't accept it, but it was because we didn't give him enough time to get a replacement.
Yeah.
I've heard as well someone who told me, I can't say his name, but apparently we were 5 days off, basically putting the bid in. We were too late. We were 5 days off it. So we were 5 days too late.
Yeah, so they wanted a bid in like last Friday so that they've got the weekend to do the business. Yeah. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can understand from their point, because I mean, they're a yo-yo club, but you pretty much, you'd bet a reasonable amount of money that they're going to be back in the hunt for promotion again.
Just breaking news by
Justin Jan, breaking news. He's got his arms flapping about there. Jan, what have you got to say? Breaking news coming into Jan.
Would anyone like to guess what's scrolling on the bottom of Sky Sports right now? Would anyone like to guess which Premier League team might be making another signing?
Who?
Everton.
Nottingham Forest.
There we go.
Oh my God! Breaking news: Nottingham Forest is signing there.
Who are they signing?
Defender Loic Bade from.
Oh my days!
That was I knew about that hours ago. He's been having a medical for ages.
Oh, so that's crazy though. That's two strikers and him. I said this on Twitter earlier on. I said this on Twitter earlier on. I generally think their manager is going to get the sack very soon, because the way he buys players all the time, if he ain't going to be happy if that manager doesn't get results, and he'll sack him straight away.
Just to answer that, what Dave's saying there, not necessarily, because the player himself has said that he's happy to stay at Blackburn and help them with their chance to get promoted. So he's not pushing for a move. So he's not pissed off. He's quite happy. If he gets a really good offer, he's not going to turn it down, but he's not going to be crying his ass out, because it'll be a free transfer at the end of the year and he can go wherever he wants. He's only 23 next year, so.
AC Milan have got Serginho Dest on a year-long loan from, is it Barcelona?
Have they? I don't even know who he is.
Brilliant.
But we've got to read this out. If any other football fans are on, just carry on listening, because we'll read your stuff out as well.
Can you imagine their team photo, Phil? Their team photo when they've got all of their players in is going to be like, it's going to be about 4 different images all side by side, isn't it?
Do you want about which fans do you reckon are the most pissed off at the moment? What? Which team?
Leicester City.
Leicester.
Yeah. See, Alfie knows the score. They've got to be gutted.
Come on.
Because they've lost all their best. Well, they're... it is right, lad.
That's the one. No wonder you think the same. You always talking to each other the same stuff in the ass. No wonder you got the same opinions. By the way, Jeff is actually downstairs and his son's upstairs in the bedroom.
Here we go. We knew it was coming. But apparently Chelsea have reached in principle an agreement with Barcelona to sign Aubameyang. For around 10 million plus Marcus Alonso.
What time do you reckon we'll sign James Garner then?
Oh, it'll be about 11:20.
It's already done, isn't it?
We've already basically. I think we've already signed it because I've seen it said that we've signed him. It takes them long to do the videos on the Everton website. They're freaking have to go and do this stupid malot. I don't even know. Will they be doing the videos tonight? Like, do they do it late or is there cut off?
Then Donker accepted, and it's now he's signed from Wolves for 13 million.
Yeah. Yeah, Leicester to me, they look to be a. People talk about. Yeah, I think people talk about who's the first to get sacked. I don't know whether sacked, but I could see him walking.
Do you think
he can't be happy with what's happened?
Are they signing any? Obviously, Fofona's gone to Chelsea. Are they signing any centre backs or are they not? Because I see
signed a centre back today from League. I think I don't know what club it was, but they signed a centre half today for 15 million. But that's about it. So
is that Tillman's left or stayed? Tillemans.
No, they've made him stay. Yeah.
Stay. Do you know what though? One thing I will say about Leicester is they have got some good players if they can get on fit with Barnes, Tillemans, Ndidi, and they've got some good players there if the manager gets them back in the groove, haven't they? It's not crisis. They have still got good players, but generally they probably do want a few more in the door. That's why they're frustrated.
Yeah.
Dan is really terrible at pronouncing players. I know I am, but at least I get you there thinking roughly that you know who I'm on about. So I appreciate having me here, right? Dave Weston. No surprise you, Dave Weston, is whipping me straight away.
Well, you know.
We'll get Dave Weston on the channel.
Yeah, sound.
I don't know. Where's Tielemans going?
He's not going anywhere. He's staying at Leicester.
How'd you say Mupé? Is it Mupai or Mupé? Mupé?
I don't know. There's been
it's not just me then.
It's Morpay.
Morpay.
As far as that, Morpay.
I'll say Mupé.
Yeah.
Mupé.
You say Moon Pie.
Garner Gueye. I just is it Garner Gueye or Garner Guy? Is it Garner Gueye?
Hey, at least we know how we pronounce James Garner.
James Garner is as simple as you need
What we said, the problem with the James Garner deal is the FA and Premier League have blocked Everton's email address, so we can't get him registered.
Probably.
He is joking, isn't he?
No.
Is he joking?
No pay.
Well, I fucking hope so, Daniel.
We never know, do we? It could be the in, you know.
Is he joking?
It could be in, you know, that we don't know. You never know.
Yeah, I think Rodgers could walk.
I
think he could just choose to walk away because, like, they're going to struggle.
I love that Aston Villa brought all those players. I've got to move
these chocolate thingy bites away because I'm literally just going to sit here and eat them all.
I was just going to say,
I'll tell you, what I'm really looking forward to it is seeing Steven Gerrard coming up against Erling Haaland next week, and then putting 5 past him. Like, because he's going to cry his fucking eyes out, and that's going to be amazing.
I just love that there was so much hype on Aston Villa and that Abondahor going, Aston Villa are the new top 4 team. Watch out. I'd rather beat Aston Villa now than be Chelsea or someone like that. That's the sort of stuff he was coming out with.
I had a debate with one of my Villa mates, actually, and I asked him a simple question: who's under more pressure, Lampard or Gerrard? And he said Lampard, I said Gerrard. I said the reason why Gerrard's under more pressure is, one, Villa's spent loads of money in the past 2 seasons, and 2, he hasn't established himself as a manager. Yes, we can talk about Lampard, but he kept us up. He's done it with Derby. He's took Derby to the playoff finals, but unfortunately couldn't win. But I've always said Gerrard was always one.
Yeah, the thing is,
under more pressure.
Gerrard hasn't made the team better. He's made
What's
them
going on at
worse.
Southampton, though?
Lampard's making our team better. He's like, the trajectory is up, whereas with Gerrard, the trajectory is like they're getting worse. And like players like Ollie Watkins wants out because he can't stand him, apparently. So he's someone I would have looked at getting, Ollie Watkins.
Forest are about to sign Josh Bowler from Blackpool, who's going to go out on loan to Olympiacos.
Olympiacos, yeah.
One thing I would say
4 million as well. That's a decent price, that 4 million.
One thing I will say with us is if we just stick with what we've got and we have a good season, there's going to be about 4 or 5 players available from Forest when they go down.
Yep.
Like generally, the players that we wanted, Dennis, Morgan, Gibbs, White, if they go down and they're in the Championship, you're going to get some cracking deals on these players because I can't see them staying up.
I've got to say thank you very much.
Thanks, Amanda.
Love it. Thank you very much. Really, it's really well appreciated. Like, obviously,
that's because Elf is on. That's because the main man Elf is on. Getting the super stickers.
Getting the funds.
It's because he showed his trophy. He thinks he's a big timer now. He got his trophy out and he's getting the super stickers out. Thank you so much, though, seriously, because it helps us with the channel to get the tools that we need.
Robbie said PGMOL have stated in advance that we won't get any VAR or penalty decisions in our favour on Saturday. They just thought
yeah, nice.
You know what? Let's just take this while there's no news going on now, right? Let's just take this to a different place, right?
No, I'm not going to do that with you, Daniel, no matter how much
right, seriously, it's not the full Monty, right? I'm not streaking. Garner Gueye is already confirmed. I've done that, been there, done that. Right, seriously. What do you think is going to happen this derby? Because I know people call me deluded, but Garner Gueye can play in this game. Mupay can play in this game. I'm actually, for the first time in a long time, looking forward to this derby with some of the leaders we've got as well. I'm not that scared. What are you like, Jeff? Are you scared of the derby?
No, because I think I'm generally.
I read that wrong.
Generally, if you look at a football match, most football matches are won in midfield, and I think our midfield's better than theirs.
That's why I am. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. I generally think Onana and Garner Gueye and Iwobi, the way he's playing, is going to be like a struggle for them in midfield because I've seen Henderson. He keeps having to come off because he's not. He's not doing it.
We'll have a striker as well, hopefully, in Mopay, who is officially, hopefully, registered.
And do you know what? I think Anthony Gordon is very dangerous against them. Last time they couldn't handle him. He absolutely destroyed that Arnold down that side. And I think you get him running at Van Dijk. Look at that frigging the final that they lost with was it Vincent Jr. that ran at him and destroyed him. I think Gordon is the same sort of player that can do that. So I am excited for this derby. I really am. I generally think that with the leaders we've got, they'll be up for it. It'll be interesting to see what Connor Cody's like. You know what I mean? Apparently a Red Shark fan, but he had an Everton kit on when he was younger as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those where, like, I don't care about. We've had players who grew up being Liverpool fans come up to Everton, and it's worked the other way around. I don't care. I just want Everton to be better than we were last year. And that's it. Like, as long as they pull on the share and go out and give everything and work their ass off and do their best, I'm happy.
I think you should start a poem, Jeff. You know.
Me.
Yeah.
I should start a poem.
Just after that inspirational speech, just get out there, fight for the badge.
It's going to be like something like, "I'm so proud of my son above me." Being on the channel at such a young age.
I've got to say, Kevin seems to think I'm smoking something. Like I even gave up ciggies a few months ago, but then I was doing some intense, horrible, bloody therapy. So I've started smoking again, but I try not to smoke on screen. So no, I'm even on the bloody vape.
Jan, can you, like, not to put you on the spot, it's cool if you can't, because I know you do a lot of stuff notes. Can you do a poem off the top of your head?
Oh, fucking hell, Daniel.
No, I'm not saying you can, because obviously I know poems. I don't know nothing about poems that much. I don't know if you have to write it down first. I don't know if you could do one.
I kind of can. It depends. I kind of can. Sometimes I get struck with inspiration, but a lot of the time it's about motivation and dedication. Sometimes I'll sit down and go. This is what I want to write about, and it will take more work. Whereas sometimes, I mean, some of the poems I can write and get it done in like 15 minutes.
Jan, could you do one now, looking at that screen of the last 5 players that have been signed, a poem on the last 5 players? Doesn't have to be linked to Everton.
Oh, Christ.
Put you on the spot.
Hey, Southampton's just signed a City youngster.
Yeah.
Have they?
Yeah.
What, who's
Thanks,
that?
Alfie, for taking it off. Yeah, I know. I feel like Dan. It's like, dance, monkey, dance. I'm like, oh.
No, Jan, I can't think of your poem skills are absolutely incredible. You know what I think of them. I was just thinking like on the spot one. 10 out of 10.
I don't. It certainly helps being an Evertonian with an inherent understanding of all things Everton, what it means to be a fan, the history, the sort of slogans and the things that resonate with Merseyside, Liverpool, Everton, and it's just easy that it sort of rolls off. I mean, I can talk about sort of football. I can talk about like political, social justice, all these kind of things. But it's a different thing entirely.
It's just you get your poems manage to find the passion in people. You kind of pull out the passion. Do you know what I mean? You connect in that way. That's how I feel, anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Mate.
Nice one, Alfie. You've got the Mabsy seal of approval.
Mabsy.
We've got it. Yeah, we've got a little. Ryan's just been asking how you going on. I said you're doing really well. So yeah, you've got the full seal of approval, mate. Nice one.
Jeff, Amanda's just asked, do work permits take a long time? I think it all depends on the. Yeah.
I think the reason for the delay, or the reason why it's going to be more difficult, is because he hasn't made a lot of starts for the international. He hasn't. I think isn't there like a minimum, like 10 or 12 caps or full caps? But I don't know.
Sorry, Forest are in talks with Chelsea to loan Michy Batshuayi.
Yeah, I know we said that before.
I know, but it's just. I'm sorry. It's absolute madness.
No, it's fine. There's basically you're supposed to have had 10 full international caps or 12 or something like that. That makes the work permit easier, but because he's still a youngster and I don't think if he'd have played in the World Cup, the work permit wouldn't be a problem. But he hasn't played enough international caps, so therefore it makes it a bit more difficult. That's right, isn't it, Alf? You know about this stuff as well.
I think so.
Yeah. Nice one, son.
I think we're pushing it a bit too far,
Who we are then? Let's go on this because
I'm only messing.
It's an all transfer window.
I'll be calling you all sorts on the spaces.
I love the bond that you two have. I really do like the bond that you two have.
Dan. Cheers, Dan.
Yeah, I love it.
Cheers.
What was I going to say? I was going to say, who do you think, starting, we'll go left, Jeff, Jan, who do you think has had the best window? Alfie first.
Good
question, huh?
Depends whether if you talk about like recruitment or like the players or like spending. I like what Arsenal's done.
Arsenal, like you say, with what they brought in, is bang on. for what they
Yeah.
need as well. The right tools, not loads
They've
of things,
gone
but
far
just
and far as well.
yeah,
The
just with the missing pieces.
Invincibles couldn't do that.
Dave Weston just said Arsenal as well. Jeff, who are you going with? Who's had the best window this window? Who has it helped the most?
That's two different questions.
No, you know what I mean. But you can expand. You can expand the question really far.
I think
Elkie said, but
my humble opinion, I think Man City, because they've brought in 90 million for two players they don't need. Got Alfie Haaland for like 55 million, which is amazing. And have added a couple of other players and now look better than they did before, having saved money, which is just unbelievable. Like that to upgrade their team from what it already was and save money, that's amazing business.
who do you think, Jan?
I mean, they're all very valid points, so I don't just want to say the same thing, even as much as I agree. So, considering their situation, I'd say that Fulham haven't really done bad. Okay, fair enough. What else am I going to say? You made bloody good points. You can't argue with the money.
I know you said you wasn't going to say the most obvious, but you didn't have to go for the one that generally wasn't the most obvious.
I mean, well, where's the draw for a team that aren't necessarily going to do very much and could flirt with relegation again? I mean, they've got in Willy Bolly and that Kazawa, whatever it was.
It's good because people have been dropping.
Yes,
it was a question that hit a lot of our people on the comments because they was commenting what they think as well. So I feel good that I asked that question. But generally, I am, and I know it's probably you'll think, oh, it's because you support Everton, but I'm buzzing with what we've done. I generally am. Like I didn't.
Yeah.
When there was rumours that we was going to sign Onana, I looked him up and I thought that price tag, we're not going to sign him. And West Ham was interested, and I thought they got him. And I looked Onana up, and I knew he was amazing. And I thought we're not going to get him. And we got Onana. I didn't think we'd get Tarkowski. I didn't think we'd get Cody in a million years. I didn't think we'd get Cody. Garner's good as well. I didn't think we was going to get Garner.
Are you sure you've not been on, Are you sure you're not been on the hash pipe, Jan?
Cross my heart.
What did he comment?
Dave says that was left field. Am I the chief sports writer for the Nigerian Daily Post? Look, all I can say, gentlemen, is I have a fantastic business opportunity for anybody listening. Anyway.
I think, being honest, like
What you Jeff?
Through your teeth. Go on, like don't be honest.
No,
Jeff, what are you eating?
mean-
You're not eating healthy sweets, are you?
mate, yeah. I think Everton have had an amazing window. Because
He's gone now. Good, go upstairs and took him a couple of sweets. Bloody hell, he stayed up late.
Let's get some Werther's original, Jeff.
What sweets are they?
they're just mints.
Oh,
Everton mints are.
actually, you gave me a mint at the game, Jeff.
Cheers, Jeff. Thanks, mate.
Jeff is the supplier because he gave me and Jan a mint at the game. The strong ones, the extra strong ones.
Otherwise known as acid.
Yeah, the strong. I
Well,
needed it.
No,
though.
you can say Everton have had an amazing window because we've upgraded every single department. Well, obviously not goalkeeper, but we've upgraded our defence, upgraded our midfield, and you can still say that we've upgraded the forward line, even though we haven't added as many as we'd like, but we've still added some players up front. So we're better in every single department than we were at the start of the window. So even if we don't add any more players, I'm still quite happy with the work we've done. I'd still like another striker, but I think overall our defense is like so much better now. Cody and Tarkowski are brilliant additions. Captains, so experienced. They're just born to be like an Everton centre back pairing. Our midfield is like it's like going to be watching a different team. Garner is just it's just like a supercharger for our midfield, isn't it? He's just going to come in and it's just going to be like all over the place. And then we have added some quality up front, not as much as you'd like. But the one thing I will say is that people say, "Oh, we haven't replaced Richarlison." I'd argue that we don't need to replace him. If Gordon can continue scoring like he is now, why do we need to replace Richarlison? Because Gordon can do that job. He played on the left anyway, so...
Can I just ask you guys an opinion? Maybe, I'm meant to be nominally some sort of host and directoring this in some direction, right? Dave has made a good point. By the way, Bob Stevens just said he's been alternating between here and Transfer Live, Toffee TV, discussing Anthony still. After being in here for a bit and then back again and etc. Yes, it's all drama on deadline day. We appreciate you coming on, Bob. Like, everyone's welcome. Thank you for that. And, we're not here to badmouth any other site. We're just doing it for the love of it. But I've got to say, Dave has said them lot have signed Arthur Mello on a season-long loan from Juve. He was having his medical earlier. I just want to ask, because I know we don't like him, can we just possibly... I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, Alfie. Do you guys feel comfortable talking about your thoughts on Liverpool's dealings in the transfer window?
They haven't done much, have they?
No.
I feel quite happy to talk about them because I feel like they've been shit this window.
But have they needed to do much is the real question.
Yeah, I definitely think they have. I think that if they're playing 4-3-3, those three centre midfielders that they've got, and Mane is a massive loss for them.
Yeah, Mane is the big one for me. Losing Mane is massive.
Do you know, I was thinking this the other day, and you'll like this point.
Isn't that Saturday nights, Sunday mornings?
You need a workhorse. You look at Kante, you look at Mane, and Garner Gueye is one of those players that is a workhorse, and I think he's that sort of category. Mane, I really do think, like, Garner Gueye is going to be amazing.
Nice one, Dave. Sorry, I
don't even know what he said. I'm just trying to read it now.
No, but that's one for the old.
To be honest.
Yeah, sorry, but
you never know whether
that's one for the older people.
It's everywhere here. You never know whether someone's actually laughing at what you're saying or laughing at the comments.
What are you laughing at now?
I just saw Dave's tweet of Dave's comment on the screen.
Which one?
City have Sam Adozzi's brother who's available and he's a striker, goes by the name of
Adozzi. You daft bugger. Catching up.
Everything Everton has just said, we're getting Chucky, guys. I'm getting nervous. I do feel that Chucky. Honestly, I feel he's class. I watched him in. I think they knocked. Who did they knock out when he was doing those dance moves and stuff? Was it Bayern Munich or someone like that?
Yeah, he scored against Bayern.
Yeah, he's a proper, like, he can play striker as well. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, you need a striker and stuff." I think that Chucky lad, he's skillful enough to play up top striker if we was desperate. But he's a proper player. I'm asking you now, can it happen? Because I really, really want him. Is it on the cards?
No idea. We'll have to have a look on Flight Radar.
I know, yeah. Well, I think some people put the flight things on Twitter and stuff like that and said it could happen. I haven't seen anyone saying no.
Unless they're doing it all in Spain.
Good God in heaven.
Know.
9 minutes ago, Football Fancast report, Everton are pushing for Samuel Chukwueze.
Exactly. So it is still rumoured big time. So can it happen? Because he's a cracking signing, he is. Like, imagine Anthony Gordon one side, and him the other. What is it?
Oh my God! I don't know. Someone who's like, because Sergio Reguilon is signed for Atletico Madrid, and they've got some dolly bird, to come out and hold the shirt up for him. My word, she's quite nice.
Jeff, you are such a perv.
No, Yozza gives a job.
Natural, normal human male, mate.
Yeah, if I just thought you was announcing some player then, and you come at me with that, you know what I mean? I was wondering, I thought, who's this? Have Everton signed someone? Like, is this a random player that we don't even know about? Got buzzing like
no,
we
it's just some
Benfica striker Carlos Vinicius close to joining Fulham. Look, I told you they've done Gus business.
Yeah.
Ben Vinicius, who's he? Like generally, I've seen that Vinicius and I thought, bloody hell, have they signed that Vinicius from Real Madrid? That junior Vinicius from Real Madrid, and then I looked and it's not him. So
No, it's not him. No.
Yeah, so it didn't excite me that much, and I didn't know who he was, so I didn't even look it up. So when I said that, I generally don't know who he is.
Right.
Vinicius Junior is the one you're thinking about.
See, Jan's looking him up. He doesn't even know who he is.
No. He used to play for Tottenham. He was on loan at Tottenham.
Jeff, you can't say Dolly. Did I say Dolly Bird?
There's been nothing mentioned. Right, everything Everton. Thanks for joining us. Right, I've got to say, guys, do love it. You've been here. Some of you have probably been here for the whole time, sat there laughing at us, laughing at each other. It's been nearly 2.5 hours. We've seen quite a few of it. We're absolutely loving it. Everything Everton. Asked anything on Brozier. Now, I've just had a look online. There's been nothing new. There's no rumours. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that.
Hold on. He's ringing me now, Brozier.
All right.
Hello.
Stu, while you take that call, big shout out to Richie Pendleton and all the lads from Old and the Bold, Liverpool Scottish.
Brozier just said he's on his way.
Is that Bold Street or is it Liverpool's?
Have you had anything come through, Alfie, by the way? You checking your phone?
Yeah, I've got my notifications on. There's nothing at all.
There's nothing coming through, is there?
Nothing.
Probably because you're on the same Wi-Fi. Is your Wi-Fi playing on the same app?
I'm sorry, Alfie. I'm really sorry, mate.
No, yeah,
I love it already.
He knows how to rattle people, doesn't he? So that's all we can take it into the red shites.
You've got to love it.
Oh, Stu, ex-army lads. All right, fair enough. I used to live just a few miles away from Tidworth, Bulford, Larkhill, all the phase 2 round there. Absolutely crazy part of the world. Learned to drive at 14 with Challenger 2s coming in the other direction. Terrifying.
I haven't actually been in the army, but I have. I ain't actually been in the army, but I have got these guns.
Yeah.
That was so good.
I kind of left this back in the locker. I was going to say, in case we're getting worried, I was saving this because it's nearly 10 o'clock, but I was saving it until we got to 11 o'clock. Dave Weston says, don't forget, we never found out about Fellaini until I think it was 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. He was a deadline day signing. Do you know
what you just reminded me of? Alex Iwobi signing him right at the end was going to get Zaha, and we got Iwobi instead, and that's everyone was fuming, and no one liked him for how long. And look how good he is now. What a journey that's been. Generally, what a journey. We was all saying he wasn't worth that money and stuff like that, and now he's starting to be a player. So it just shows that things can change.
Yeah, but it's starting to get a little bit quiet. I'm not hearing. There's literally nothing coming through at all. So I've not seen any tweets or anything coming through either. So
no,
it's a bit depressing, really, isn't it? Well, it's not depressing because, like you say, we have done good business, but it's one of those where, like I said, it's like when you get to Christmas and you have all your little presents, and if you add them all up, it's like a load. But then you want that big present at the end, don't you? Do you know what I mean? That one. You
want really what you want is quality over quantity, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. Not
unless
player.
You're a Nottingham Forest manager. On that note, can I trust you guys to be well behaved for 5 minutes? I'm just going to go let the dog out the back. This one's back. Look, we've got more Tinder girls and OnlyFans.
This is a tweet by Ryan. It says, "Can't believe we are 125 hours in from the end of the window, and we still haven't signed a genuine quality option in the forward position." So Ryan's not happy about that.
Are we getting spammed by phone sex operators here or something?
I think I had a friend who, I used to work with someone who was telling me that one of their jobs many years ago was to read out for for sort of people would call up with, I believe they have some form of disability, and they'd have to read out or type or transcribe the rather well, it's not intimate, the filth that they'd be typing between girls.
Dave.
Yeah. Anyway.
Jan, have you played that tortilla thing? I just did that with the missus. Do you know the tortilla rap where you put water in your mouth? You put water in your mouth, and you've got to both put water in your mouth, and you play rock paper scissors, and you slap each other around the face with a tortilla wrap. Whoever loses the rock paper scissors. I just did that with the missus before I come on, and do you know when you do rock paper scissors? When you've got a mouthful of water, you can't talk to say rock paper scissors. And oh my days, it was so funny. That video is on my Twitter. If anyone wants to watch it, I thought it was hilarious.
Just got some news then from Twitter.
Nice one.
But we was talking about this play before. Memphis, the pie, however you want to pronounce it.
Yeah.
To Chelsea is not going to happen, and that was reported by Nathan Gissing, which is a very big, reliable source, which is a full moon.
Yeah.
So the pie is not going to Chelsea. So let's see if Everton are going
to... rules one out, which incrementally increases our odds.
Can I just ask you a question here? Generally serious question, people in the comments as well. What do you do then? Say he's at London now, about to sign, or wherever he is. Does he actually need to be in that destination to sign, or can he sign for a team without even going to the
you don't
place?
have to go. If
you've got an approved doctor, who wants to do the medical, or someone, because presumably every big club will, for last minute things like that, there'll be some sort of approved doctor where they can do a medical, or they'll get the say so, and it can be rescinded later if they don't necessarily, if it's backed up like that. I don't know.
You just have to have a basic agreement and a deal sheet in.
Remember when Andre Gomez and Yerry Mina signed their documents and all that in Spain?
Yeah.
So they are allowed to do it whenever they are. It's just getting that deal.
That makes me feel a bit better that they don't actually have to freaking, because you're thinking. I was thinking in my head, how can they freaking drive around this late at night? I know it's a stupid thing to think, but generally that's what I was thinking.
Thanks, Everton. Keeping you entertained. We do need moderators. I was trying to get that as quick as possible. Dave. Just to let you know, Dan, Dave tried that with a tortilla, but his missus had a brick wrapped in there. We've.
By the way, are you all right staying on, Alf?
Just saw Messi in KFC on County Road. I tell you what, if you're seeing anyone in a takeaway on County Road at this type of night, they're going to be Messi. We believe that we've got Bill Kenwright ready to join us.
You being serious?
No.
Without some
I believe it's one of our team that's taking the Michael.
Right. Well, I'm going to drop out for a minute because I'm
going to drop out too.
Oh, well,
yeah. All right, mate. Sam, nice one. Cheers for coming on, Alf.
Before you go, Alfie, it was an absolute pleasure to have you, mate. You're more than welcome back anytime, mate. And it was lovely to properly speak with you. Sorry if we were all over the shop, but it's as usual.
It's been amazing.
Madness. Yeah.
Nice amazing one. Thanks, Alf.
Nice one.
See you later, buddy.
Well.
See you later, mate.
Hello, Bill.
Good evening, boys. It's Bill Kenwright.
Hiya, Bill.
I've tried. I really have. I've tried everything. I'm this close to bringing back Dele Alli on loan from Besiktas.
No, that is.
Oh dear me.
It's all right, boys. We'll be fine. We've tried. Really, we really have, and we've got Rondon, who's a really good striker, and we've got Calvert-Lewin, who's fit most. Calvert-Lewin, and we tried for Brozier. We offered him a loan. They said no. Tried for João Pedro. They said no. Tried for Rita Sullivan off Coronation Street. She said no, and now I'm really struggling. I'll be honest with you.
Bill, what happened with the Gordon situation? Was you the reason that Gordon didn't leave?
I put my foot down. They're not taking my boy. They've already took one of my boys. Absolutely no chance. Not my club. Not my Everton. Not taking my boy. Absolutely.
Phil, what about
What's go on, Jan?
any news about Cenk Tosun?
Well, we tried to sign Cenk on loan from Besiktas. Well, he said no. He said he's not coming back. He's too good for Everton.
Bill.
Right. I feel that we're going to go before we get a sort of targeted campaign
Kick
from
him
Everton.
out.
Are you sure this has been okayed through Mo Magazachi, Bill? Like, you know,
I spoke to Denise before. You know, we just had a cup of tea. We're in the middle of Nando's at the moment, and well, we're laughing. We're going to sign striker and watch the stream for another hour. There's no chance whatsoever, right?
Bill, I've got to say, didn't you want to say goodbye to Jeff? Jeff just went, and it's been a pleasure having him. Hopefully, he'll be back on a little bit later.
Bill scared him off.
Sorry?
Bill scared him off.
But,
We'll see you later.
Bill, what were the good times that we had?
We've had good times. We've had some good times.
Bill?
We beat Fleetwood 1-0.
Wasn't very convincing, though, Bill, was it really?
Well, what do you expect? We haven't got a striker.
That's your fault, Bill.
That's my bloody fault.
Why have we got a striker, Bill? What's happened to this Blackburn deal? So I've missed a bit. So is this Blackburn deal dead now? Completely dead in the water?
It's yeah. No Ben Brereton Diaz. He's not leaving.
You know, this is Everton's problem, right? We had the chance to sign him beginning of the window.
Yeah.
And we fucked it over, and now right at the end we go back in for him. Right at the end as well.
No, I'm meant to be hosting this, and you come on, and it's just impossible. It's impossible.
We won't run
5 minutes to compose myself, but for everyone watching, thank you. I will be back in 5 minutes, but this is what I'm having to try to moderate.
I asked Denise para Baxendale.
Okay, Denise.
I just had my nails done. What are you all up to?
Well, we're just discussing the future of Everton, really, and transfers now. What a shit show we are.
Not my problem, is it? I'm just the CEO.
Well, it is kind of your problem, Denise.
Yeah, not my problem. You know, it's a Bill's problem, and
Denise,
you know,
is it true, Denise, that you've got everyone running around for you?
Oh yeah, at home, yeah.
How's Unsworth doing?
Good. You know, we've been together a few years now. You know, me and him.
Has he got a job yet, or after you sacked him?
He's got a job at home, yeah. He's working for me. He does a few bits and pieces around the house, in the bedroom and that. But
It's a piece in the bedroom. How much you get paid, Denise? How much you get paid, Denise?
I'm on 2 million a year, you know, my job, but it's a really good job, you know, working for Everton, because, you know, while you're all on deadline day looking about signings, Bill's watching Coronation Street episodes from 1982, and I'm sat at home having a cuppa with David Unsworth. Sat on my lap. But
oh, fucking hell. So, are we getting a striker
anyway,
or what?
Got a friend of mine with me.
What the fuck is going on? Ryan, you can... yeah. Anyway. So...
Good evening, boys.
Oh, God. No. So
Farhad, good evening.
So Farhad, what do you think of this window? Do you think we should judge you on this window?
Absolutely not. We've been rubbish. We can't get anyone in for love nor money. I've had more bids on bloody eBay.
Why won't we be able to get anyone, Farhad?
Well, what happens is the club say we want we've got a player for sale, and they'll say, well, we want 40 million for him. And we'll go, well, okay, but we'll give you 10 million. And then we don't really get anywhere.
I'm sorry. I think Farhad Moshiri's stream has been interrupted by Chris Eubank.
We've actually got Farhad Moshiri live telling us what's going to happen in this window.
Oh, is he gone? Is Farhad gone?
He's gone.
Oh.
Farhad
That's the point. I was going to ask him.
Where was he, Parken? Where was he in that picture? Was it like local or somewhere in London?
What?
There's a picture. Someone put a picture up of Moshiri on Twitter saying he's around. Was it London?
So, yeah.
Do you think, like, some people on this channel earlier on, I was going to debate against them. They're saying that they think we have actually got money. I think we haven't, because if you look at every, do you think we have or not? Like this window.
We've got money, Dan. I think the problem being is we can't spend the money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean to you, though. They think we can spend it. They're saying we can spend it this window, but we're not. And I'm thinking,
no, I don't think
we can't. That's why we're budgeted. If you look at every deal, Parken, every deal has been clever. It's been pay a little bit and pay it over time. And I feel like that's because that's the reason.
It's worked. And, there's not really been. Oyana was, 32 million. I think that's the highest we paid. But wrestling like 15, 20 million deals, which, you spread them over, a 5-year deal. And if you're clever enough, if anyone else has been hacked.
It's been, it's just announced now that we've had the famous people that have come on the channel. Like, generally, the people that we speak to was the real people.
Yeah, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a bit weird.
No, wow. It was actually, that's what I said. I could tell by the voice. It was actually Bill Kenwright, Denise, and Farhad Moshiri.
That's cool. Anyway, so they hacked us, not Toffee TV.
No, we're bigger than them.
Yeah, of course we are. Oh, dear.
I'm only joking. Toffee TV are listing, generally.
We are just joking. Generally, don't like anyone off here. We're not like that. But yeah, deadline day seems to be a bit boring this year, doesn't it?
Seems to be a bit dead, doesn't it? That's the right word for it, a bit dead. Generally, other than Nottingham Forest, it's been doing a bit of business now. It doesn't look like we're going to do anything.
Well, that shite's confirmed the Juve. But hang on, hasn't the Garner deal been... The Garner deal still gets to go through, though, isn't it?
I think it's done, but it just hasn't. A lot of people have said that it's done, but it's just not been announced on the Everton website.
Why not?
Someone said on the comments about maybe they're doing the videos to it late at night. I don't know. But someone said in the comments about the email, but I think that was a joke. That they was waiting on an email. I think that was just a joke. But, yeah.
Chris, so I'm looking through the comments. Also, I can't put them up. Oh, we've got Jim White. Okay.
Jim White from Sky Sport. We managed to get some big timers on the channel today, and Jim White is coming on now to tell us what's happening.
Well, what a transfer deadline day it's been over at the TalkSport headquarters where I am located, working for TalkSport and Sky. I can tell you officially Everton are in talks to sign the player that you have been waiting for and your dreams. No chance. Is that happening today on your watch? No players are coming into Goodison Park. We have exclusive news, though. We do have the latest news. Everton have completed the signing of Idrissa Gueye from PSG for a fee of £2 million and also are in talks with James Garner. That deal is expected to go through tonight, but I'm afraid the chance of Everton signing a striker are slimmer than a duck's backside. There is absolutely no chance of Everton completing any further business.
Jim, what is our chances of beating the shite on Saturday?
I see that the chance of Everton beating Liverpool are fairly high this season because, you look at the way Liverpool have been performing and they were really, really lucky to get that.
Lucky or was it bent, Jim?
I can't comment.
What's happened? He sounds like Ryan there.
He got frustrated about the decision.
Really
and then he
just changed into Ryan. What the fuck's going on?
It's difficult. It's really difficult, when you're actually in a room with Bill Kenwright, Farhad Moshiri, and Denise Baxendale. But I'd say the chance of Everton beating Liverpool, is quite high. considering how lucky they were against Newcastle.
It wasn't luck, though, was it, Jim? Let's face it.
No comment.
Why are you not commenting, Jim?
I'm not here to talk about Liverpool.
Jim, have you got Moshira's number? Is Frank here?
Yeah, is Frank with you? Jim?
We can get Frank on, but it might take us a while because we've got his contact number. But generally,
Yeah.
we're
How's
gonna have
Simon
to
Jordan?
contact him by message first.
Jim? How's Simon Jordan?
Well, you know, it's Harry Redknapp here, transfer deadline day. Oh, you know, I've just spoke to my good friend Tim White here at TalkSport. Thank you, you know. Oh, I've just been on the blowing wall, Frankie, you know. We're looking for player. Oh, Sandra. Oh, I love my Sandra.
We wanted Frank. It wasn't actually after you, Harry Redknapp.
Yeah,
you know, it's my nephew, my Frankie boys on the phone, and Nico Crenshaw, Peter Crouch, to make the farm. Oh, we're getting Papa Poopa Diop on loan from West Ham. Oh, that was 10 years ago.
Do we have a chance? Do we have a chance of signing that Chuckle Brother guy, Chuck Weasel, whatever his name is, Chuckle Weasel, Chuckle Brother?
We've got a chance. We've got Sani, you know, he's looking at players. You know, I named a few there, but I think David Attenborough's signing on a 1-year loan from Nature World. And we're also probably going to get Trevor McDonald in from ITV News on a seasonal loan. Absolutely terrific, top player. Fantastic, wonderful, top professional, marvellous, brilliant.
Is he a striker? Because we need a striker, really.
Oh, he can play anywhere, really. You know, he's David Attenborough. He goes Europe, he goes Asia, he goes anywhere. You know, you stick him up front, stick him on the wing, you get a good pitch, good commentary. Yeah, you know, terrific, top player.
Can you put Frank on?
Ryan, they're going to put you in the white padded cell.
Yeah.
That's where he is now, Bob.
He's already in one.
Exactly where he is, in a
That's
white
why
padded cell.
just with a computer, we've contacted
Oh,
this
we've
channel.
got Lampard. Dan, we've got Lampard.
Go on then, Lampard. I'm interested on this one because it's quite a hard one, isn't it? Lampard, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Sound a bit like Moshiri, that did.
How's Christine?
Nah, she's fucking great, you know. She's really good. You know, we're working hard to get players in. I've only got Chelsea's number, you know. It's hard.
It sounds like Moshiri, doesn't it?
Why did we get anything from Derby? Frank, you know, must know people from Derby. No, he's got a meet.
He can't do Frank. He can't do Frank. Frank's hard. He needs to work on some new ones, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, Alan Hansen now randomly, and the real Lampard. Hang on, what? Hang on, what's going on?
Well, you know what?
Really
Everton are really good, you know, signing players, you know, a really fantastic club.
No, I don't think it's fair to be like, sort of put me on like that. No.
What the fuck? And now even I'm confused.
That's the real Lampard. Did you hear it?
Oh my god.
What?
Was Lampard on then for real? Because that actually did sound like Lampard.
They really sound like him. And like
That actually generally did sound like Lampard. Was that Lampard and gone off?
No, sorry to disappoint you guys. No, like I got to say that was like actually me that was doing the Lampard.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, Jan, you should have kept it. You should have kept it. Jan. You sounded like him then, Jan.
Dan, we finally got your interview. You had
Martin
seen
Jol.
Pino there for a second.
Was it Pino?
That's Martin Yol.
Good evening, Roy. It's Martin Yol.
All right, what are you doing on here?
I don't know. You cannot compare the likes of Fulham with Everton. Fellaini 50 million. Arteta 25 million.
Jan, can you do Lampard more, like generally?
Well, yeah, but like I can do sort of whatever accent you really like. You know, if you want me to do a bit more Lampard like that, like honestly, calm down, boys. Right, it'll be all right. Like I don't know what you want me to do because I sort of lived around a bit, and it ain't really like a problem for us because you know we worked really hard. We've got in some good players in the midfield, and you know it's a work in progress. Like you know we've got our players. They're not going anywhere.
unless of course they are going somewhere. You know, I told my mates at Chelsea to sort of fuck off, obviously, like in the nicest way possible. You know, with like a smile, you know, a Chelsea smile. You know, it ain't a bit, it sort of ain't any.
That is good.
It's brilliant.
That is
That's
good.
really class, Jan.
That was class. That was, Jan.
Yeah.
Didn't know you had a couple of impressions in you as well. Who else you got, Jan? Nothing happening in this window, so we might as well get some impressions out there. People in the comments seem to be loving it.
It's one of those that have lost control. Yeah, pretty much.
Jan, I'm gonna go off for 5 minutes. Take it downstairs and put it on downstairs because I'm upstairs and need to do the switch. But I'll be off for 5 minutes and back on.
Tea.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a tea as well and do a switch. Who's gonna stay on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You staying on, you two? Yeah, and I'll be back in 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love you.
Of course. We're here till like
12 o'clock. We need a countdown for 12 o'clock. Get some music and the fireworks and all at 12 o'clock.
So
is it 11 o'clock?
So, hang on. Breaking news. Jamie Gardner's a done deal.
You being serious?
No, it's a done deal. Everton has just released it, and so is Alan Myers.
Ooh.
So Jamie Gardner is confirmed.
Get the shades on.
Jamie Gardner has joined Everton on a permanent deal. Gardner signed a 4-year contract. Gardner, the manager, has got a real plan for the club and me. Well fucking done, Everton. So that is a done deal. So I'm assuming that's going to be our last deal.
No, it's just starting, mate. The party is just about to begin.
Okay, so you do realise how long Everton takes to do a deal?
Yeah, I know.
Having said that, here's the thing:
time.
if that was in the works about an hour or two hours ago, you know, there's nothing to say that we won't still be hearing stuff at like
something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. You know, I can feel it. I generally do think something's going to happen.
I remember that transfer window when we got Fellaini. We all went to bed thinking, Carlo.
I'll be back in 5. Back in 5.
I remember that window like it was yesterday. Because I remember it was like on Blue Kipper, it was Carlo fucking Nash. That's all we signed, right? And I was driving to work. I was living in Huddersfield at the time. And then it's like breaking news at 8 o'clock. Everton signed Fellaini. We kept it quiet until then.
Yeah.
No, and I admit that was, but the days are long gone where that happens. The agents talk too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but having said,
too much, and the press knows what's going on by the second because the agents try and get the best deal.
Because they recognise every agent coming and going. They know they can draw the dots. Everything's at the touch of the touch of a finger, all on smart screens and phones and tablets and everything with an earpiece in their ear. It's not like you really need to sort of listen into phone calls. It's just all right there. Kevin, thanks for joining us, mate. And to anyone still watching through that moment of madness, like, thank you. I think when you do a video so long, by the way, you know, it's just
you start losing your mind.
Yeah, you start losing your mind. We've got to do the things. But you know what? Mabsy, do you fancy having a chat with Toffee Dan?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, Jeff's back here again.
Hey! All right, Jeff.
I can see when if Jeff's I don't know if he's I don't want to show his empty kitchen with him not there. If he's back on, I'll go and give Toffee Dan a shout. Evening.
Evening, Toffee Dan.
And I mean, you know, obviously a bit of nepotism here. I've got to point out that Toffee Dan is my dad. He's my old man.
Bring
So
him
while
on,
we were
come on.
What?
Come on, Toffee Dan. Join us. How long does he get a job on Follow Everton? I mean, the pay shit. So, I mean, we don't get paid.
Right.
We do it for our fans.
Yeah, Jeff's put Alfie to bed, so I've gone and woken my dad up. Just got to send him this link to get on here. Yeah, as everyone's commented, Barry, where have you been all evening? Kevin said, Amanda said, wishing you a good night, Kevin. Have a good one. Blue Nose in Dublin, just while you're doing that. Diaz after midnight, keep our fingers crossed. Apparently,
I think it's a done dead, mate.
It's dead in the water.
Dead in the water.
But Barry, good to see you as always, mate. James Garner, done deal. Yeah. But like I said, that's been talked about for a couple of hours. So there's nothing to say that there's nothing in the works that we might.
I think, there's people hanging around Finch Farm that it is. I think that's their business done, to be honest. Don't like to be a pessimist, but I think that's our business. I think. What are you doing, Anne?
Just sending a link over to me, Dad.
Sounds no problems. Right. Well, I've just had someone who goes, Stu Stevesby says, Mabsy, someone say it's Garner. Well, I do apologise. It's Garner, and Stu. My mistake. Striker, Mark Swinton, striker, Corn Everton, pull your finger out. Yeah, Mr. Toffees does agree with me. Yeah, I think that's all done for us now. Yeah. Your shirt's really weird. It's like it's invisible. It's like,
we'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. So we're going to be throwing more comments out. See if there's anything I have missed on the comments. I can't get them up because I'm not in control. No, there's no fresh comments coming up. So I'm just waiting on Jan's dad coming on, which will be interesting. And Jan somewhere has just gone AWOL.
I'm here.
Hey.
I should go get another beer. Yeah, I mean, who do you reckon? Do you reckon there's anything in the Chuckwazy?
Not heard anything more on it, and this is the thing I would say is probably. I hope there is, but it seems to have gone so quiet on it.
Yeah,
you can't. There's nothing about.
Oh God, no!
What?
We've got another celebrity guest.
God. Yeah, we need it, to be fair. Go on. Who is it this time?
The celebrity guest. Right, we'll just we'll get the celebrity guest on while Toffee Dan is getting prepared. Hello, it's Kevin Johnson.
All right,
hello all. Thank you for having me on. It's Kevin Johnson here. I believe this is the BBC 5 Live 606 phone in. I'd just like to talk about Everton, if that's okay.
I mean, you can talk about whatever you'd like, Kevin. But I've got to say, Mark Spurrier seems to think that he's fed up. That's me out. But
that's really.
I've
got some really good news for you. Everton have completed the signing of James Garner. It is official now on the official website.
Right. I've got to say though, Mabsy, it would be good to possibly actually have Ryan back on here.
Yeah, if we could get Ryan on, anywhere.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Thank you for joining us, Kevin. We are now going to be joined. I don't know if any of you were go on Grand Old Team or have been in there for many years. And I think there was Evertonians of 606 and websites like that. My dad is an absolute he's a through and through Evertonian. He's dragged me up to not have any choice. I love him. I also get annoyed for him making me live this miserable.
Come on, is it miserable though? Really? Is it?
Right. But I've got to say, anyway, here is my dad, Toffee Dan.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening, Dan.
Glad to join you. What can I say? It looks like a good window. Don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's it. What are your thoughts? Do you think we're getting anyone else, or is that we've done now, Dan?
Well, it's only half an hour to go, it looks like. I'm not expecting anyone else, but if we've got, I'm pretty happy with what we've got. The Deadwood's gone. We've lost Richarlison, of course, but we've managed to send out a lot of players on loan. We managed to say goodbye to a lot of players that weren't adding anything. I mean, it's come down to, it looks to me like we're down to 4 or 5 of the players who started last season under, well, you know who. So, can't be unhappy that Gray, Calvert-Lewin, Pickford, who else? Iwobi, and Anthony Gordon, the only remnants from last year's disaster. We've cleared the decks. All the wasters have gone, and we're pretty much there. And we're actually playing reasonable football now. We just need a few
haven't signed any
results.
Deadwood. I mean, I know a few years ago you never took to Vlasic, and who was the other one we had? A similar one from who?
Besic.
Yeah, it was too many. I can't remember them all. Barkley was on and off, and who else have we lost?
Do you think there's any chance that we could re-sign him? Do you think that's something worth considering?
I hope not.
Suspend force. Hate to interrupt. However, Alan Myers has tweeted. I believe that's it for the transfer window. It's over.
Yes, I would say so.
So that's over. So it is officially over by Alan Myers then.
There's nothing wrong with the 7 or 8 players that have come in.
We've kept DCL, so kept Gordon. We've kept Gordon, so yeah. Sorry to put a downer on stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda does make a point that keeping Gordon's like signing 2 players. I did think that if we'd have lost him, we would have been in major trouble because we'd have had to find a replacement that was an unknown quantity. And we know what he can bring, and we know we hope we know what the potential that he can push on and what he's capable of and will be in the future. Stu seems to think that Coleman and Keane. Now, Coleman, I would say, was getting old, and Keane was a bit of a liability to that extent. Might be still some of the remnants of the leftovers of the last. Last season. They've even got the graphic up. James Garner's rushed down the motorway to put on an Everton shirt.
I think it's important to say the following, that Gordon is one of the few players in the Everton side that gets you excited, that can do something different, that's got a bit of skill about him. Probably I'd say the same for Iwobi, and to a lesser extent Gray. So without him, I think we would seriously have struggled this year. So I think we're building a reasonable side. And if we can expect to lose Gordon at the end of the season from a stronger position than we've been last season, with a more coherent squad, that wouldn't be a disaster, and it wouldn't be entirely surprising.
I've just got to say, while you're here, what your sort of long and arduous history of supporting Everton?
Yes.
Besides maybe Fellaini, what do you think? Do you have any good recollections of final deadline day signings when there obviously was a deadline?
I think didn't Arteta sign on a deadline day or permanently after a loan? That was good. I did. I honestly don't recall who we signed on deadline day. I mean, McFadden.
He also left on deadline day, remember?
McFadden, Kilban, he was a good signature. Nigel Martin, there's a good one. Yeah.
I mean, Blue Nose from Dublin. Could Cannon be pulled from as a first-team striker? They do have first-team numbers from the youth team, so I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility. Stu asks whether Frank's got the cojones to start Garner on Saturday?
I think the question with Cannon is it's not a problem. We only have to name a maximum of 25 players.
And if they're youth homegrown, then it doesn't count.
And he's under 21, so he's under 21 at the start of this year, isn't he?
Again, breaking news. I think it's now confirmed that Andrew Gomez has joined Wheel, according to Alan Myers.
I wish him well. It's
Yeah.
a lovely place.
I'm not no thing about that one.
Yeah, I know. I mean, people might be saying good to get rid, but I don't have any animosity. He's been a consummate professional. He's not said anything bad about us. He's not spoken out when we've been critical of him. He came back from a horrific injury. He's very quiet, and he's just
typically Portuguese, apart from Ronaldo, of course.
Yeah, but he was from Madeira, so you can see he's a bit more fiery because it's closer to the bloody equator, isn't it? Right. As Bob Stevens seems to say, too many Dans. On that note, I'm going to welcome back. Oh my God, we have an extra special guest.
Oh no, not again.
No, an extra special guest, Mabsy. Right. We are joined. I hope everyone out there is going to be absolutely lovely, and I will any offensive things, and you are going to get muted or blocked. We are joined by Dan's little angel, Eliana. Hello.
Somebody's woke up. She's got a song ready. Sing Alexi Wolby Wolby.
Alexi Wolby Wolby.
Alexi Wolby Wolby.
Alexi Wolby Wolby.
Are you ready? You make me feel.
You make me feel.
Dwight McNeil.
Dwight McNeil.
So get your coat on.
Get your coat on.
Get moving.
Get moving.
We don't know the meaning of losing.
We don't know the meaning of losing.
So come on, come on.
Come on, come on.
Get down to Goodison Park.
Get down to Goodison Park.
The moment I wake up.
Moment I wake up.
Every hour.
Every hour.
Every day.
Every day.
I know it's you I need.
No, I need
Idrissa Gueye.
Idrissa Gueye.
Yeah. Tell him, say, I should be asleep, but I've woken up and now I've got to go back to bed.
I should be asleep, but I got to go back to bed.
Say,
no, you don't.
You
Just
stay
stay
to find someone.
Oh, the fucking tough. Hope you find someone.
Yeah. There you go.
Swear.
There you go. She waved by.
Say what I think.
Listen, 50 years ago, Everton played Borussia Mönchengladbach in the European Cup, and my mum promised that she would let me stay up and watch it. Of course, I fell asleep and she didn't wake me up. I don't think I ever forgave her.
Yeah.
She's the same, to be fair.
Well done to your little girl for.
She wants to watch all the late games and she stops up. I don't care. If she's an Everton fan, so she gets to be a fan in every single way. She watches them with me. Yeah, she loves it. I've like molded her. Everything about me. She's molded into her. She's a little hardcore, ain't you? There you go.
Poor girl.
I know. She loves Idrissa Gueye already. And he's back.
More like you love Idrissa Gueye.
Yeah, I do. But she ain't got no choice. She's going to love him as well. What a class player, though, generally, because PSG quality, like generally, he said in the interview, Idrissa Gueye said, I bring with me my experience and I'm going to use my experience and pass it on to this team. And I love that because I generally think with Onana and James Garner now signed, if Idrissa Gueye... I just ripped him out.
He's captain material, really.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you three guys chat. I've been on here for bloody hell, like 2 hours now. I'm going to take a little bit break and I'll join. Yeah. I'll join in about sort of 45 minutes or so for the end of the window.
What time do we finish, Jan?
It'll be oh God, no! The end of the window is at 11 o'clock. So I'll come back on in about half an hour, see what's sort of trickling in because we're going to cover obviously the whole of the Premier League. But I'm just going to sort of stretch my legs, have a bit of a
you go for it, mate. You go for it. I've just gone and got the tea.
I'd like to just talk about who's in a worse place than us at the moment in the Premier League, and I think the West Midlands are having it pretty bad, or East Midlands. I think Leicester, Wolves, and Villa are in a bit of trouble. I think Bournemouth are obviously in a bit of trouble. They're heading in the wrong direction, those 4 teams, particularly Wolves. And if we can continue to head in the right direction and scrap around 12th or 13th as opposed to, in the basement, that's a measure of progress, even if it's not particularly satisfying.
I agree with you. I'm you know what I'm like. I'm Mr. Positive. I generally think that this team is going to change us. I've been saying let the window finish before we can judge what we're like. And watching us all these games, I do feel like Garner Gueye could be the missing piece that would see games out. Do you know where we've gone 1-0 up and we don't know how to win when we're 1-0 up? I feel like those last 2 games, we went 1-0 up and it was all them possession, and we needed someone to just get us on the ball and just make us relax and say, right, just pass the ball about. You're only going to win the game by possession. If you let them have it, they'll score. And that's why I generally do think, I guess, Idrissa Gueye is going to massively help us in that sort of situation.
I'm going to drop out, guys. Have a good night.
All right.
That's it.
I think you're completely right. I mean, with Onana, we're going to have a rare talent in football, which is someone who can, really take the ball, take the game by the scruff of the neck and make a difference. I mean, obviously you've got players up front who do that when they score goals, and you've got extremely talented midfielders, names of which I care not to repeat. They don't play for my team or our team, but that sort of player is very hard to find, and we had it a little for a while with Arteta, and we had it for a while with Barkley when he was a young lad, although a bit reckless. And we haven't had it, and they're so hard to find. We haven't had anybody like that for quite a few years who makes such a big difference to the midfield, because the top sides just hoover all those players up, and there's nothing left for the likes of us, So that's a really, even if we only have them for 2 or 3 years, that's a real capture we've got there, I think.
I think I've been saying this on my stuff that I've been tweeting and stuff. I've generally been saying we can't go out and buy the player that's like, when Man United have gone and brought someone for 90 million, that informed player. Yeah, we can't buy that sort of player. So what we have to do is do what we did with David Moyes is we have to buy a player with potential that could be that player and grow him into that player. We have a good manager in Lampard that generally can make him turn a player into a gem. I do feel that Lampard could be that person, because look at Iwobi, is getting the best out of him. So with Patterson, I feel Patterson could be a big player going forward. We've got Branthwaite, who could come back good. Mikalenko's not bad. We've just gone and signed James Garner. I think James Garner, I've watched him for Nottingham Forest, and I think he's class. He can score goals, he can tackle, and he's got a good eye for a pass. That's the perfect midfielder if he gets.
I don't know much about him. Are you saying he was part of the Forest? He was part of the reason Forest got promoted.
Yeah, I watched him against Arsenal in the cup, and Arsenal was quite decent in the cup, but he closed absolutely everything down, stopped them on the ball, pressured them, and I was really, really impressed with him against Arsenal. He knocked Arsenal out the cup. Generally, he was the best player in the game, and I said we could do with someone like that. And then now we've signed him, James Garner. So
what we've got is you're right about Iwobi, and we were right about Richarlison, but they come at a high price. I mean, they were in the 30s and 40 millions, and Nana's in the 30 millions, and we obviously can't afford anything much more than that, because we're spending all our transfer funds on one midfield general, so to speak. But I'm really pleased that we've got a pretty solid defensive unit if they were only fit. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 first teamers in the defence. I wouldn't say there's any particularly weak links there. Patterson, Tarkowski, Mikalenko, Cody, Godfrey, Mina, Coleman. There's some injury issues there. Keane, maybe past his best. Vinagre's a bit inexperienced, and Holgate is definitely an improved unit. I'm very happy with the defence.
Is it on what you've just said though? Isn't it nice to? I think people sometimes forget how bad it was. Isn't it nice this season to feel more comfortable on set pieces? I know we've conceded from one last game, but generally corners that are coming in the box, I'm feeling a lot more confident, and it's just nice to see a corner get cleared, because normally a corner would come in and we'd be waiting for it to go in the back of the net, but now Cody and Tarkowski are actually putting their head on the ball.
Because they're commanding in the box. Tarkowski is a solid, both very solid centre halves, and you can match them up with any one of Godfrey, inexperienced though he is, Mina, and who's a big unit, so to speak, and Holgate, who looks a different person altogether, with much better defenders around. I mean, Holgate and Keane, together, I'm not going to criticise them individually, but together it's just a disaster waiting to happen. Mostly because Keane's quite slow on the turn, and
I think it's because when Holgate plays with Keane, he feels like he's got to be captain and tell him what to do, and he loses his head a little bit. But when Holgate plays with two leaders, he just does his job. He just focuses on his speed and his tackling, and he becomes very useful. That's why I feel Holgate's played better, is because he's with leaders now.
So Dublin seems to think that lacking a second striker is a big issue. But I mean, okay, so what have we got really that plays up front? We've got.
What do you think of Mupay? What do you think of Mupay? Are you happy with him?
Well, apparently he's a bit of a nuisance. I really don't know much about him, but I believe did he score at Goodison last season or something or other? And
do you know what sort of player I would describe him as? I'd say he's like a Naismith.
By the way,
I'd say Naismith.
Hey mate, you're all right.
Which one?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Like, it just started. Then I was having a fag break. Sorry.
Well, we'll just give him a chance. I mean, unfortunately, Rondon was past his sell-by date, and expecting him to lead the line in the absence as a substitute, as a replacement for 10, 15 minutes, all well and good. But when Calvert-Lewin was out for almost the whole season, and even when he came back, barring the very end, he wasn't match fit. He wasn't confident, and he managed one great moment, of course. But Mopé, I don't know. I mean, he's not a terribly bad player. But why do we really want to be buying Bretherton Diaz when we've got Dominic? We don't play two up front, so why have two players of that caliber?
I generally think people are saying that because they don't like Mupay. I think they just
have confidence.
Well, I just think it seems that we brought in a striker and everyone's just acting like we haven't got one, and they're acting like they don't like him, because we're lucky that we have brought in Mupay. Like, if we didn't bring him in, then fair enough. But the fact we've got two strikers, and like you've just said, we don't play with two strikers, it should be enough. I generally think it should be enough.
I think the fact that... Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, I think the fact that DCL is so injury prone and people haven't seen him play yet since, obviously, if DCL fit, then it's fine, isn't it? And you don't feel a worry about it. But with Rondon being utterly rubbish and DCL being an injury concern, then if anything happens to DCL, you're stuck with Mupay, who, even if he is good, he's only about 5'8". He's not exactly gonna be getting on the end of crosses or anything like that. So it does leave you kind of short in that area, doesn't it?
I think we've got long memories of other 5'8" failures like Dennis or Sandro or Stuart Barlow, who wasn't even that height, and that's the trouble. We've got long memories of bad centre forwards, and people were critical of the likes and Beattie was a failure, and people were critical of Bent and Brett Angel, and I mean, you can just go on and on and on. When we haven't got a Bob Latchford, when we haven't got Joe Royal, when we haven't got Gray or Sharp, I mean, Cotty was a different type of striker altogether. When we haven't got that kind of striker, or Lukaku when we have him, people hark back and they yearn for the days when we had a successful big number 9 who was knocking the ball in the net. Obviously, we've got that with Calvert-Lewin, but he's not fit.
No, well, that's the thing is, I mean, I've seen people saying that the window's a failure because we haven't replaced Richarlison, but in that respect, I'm not sure we needed to, because if Gordon's going to be playing on that left-hand side, then that's the position that Richarlison would be in. So if you've got a good striker, you've got someone on the right, You've still got Damari Gray. The midfield's massively improved. The defence is massively improved. So overall, I think it's still a good window, even if we don't get another striker in. I think people are just feeling a little bit disappointed because they were hoping for something more in the way of another striker, someone maybe to set the pulse race. And I don't know. Obviously, a lot of people wanted Diaz.
What they want actually is to see Everton have a decent bench, so we can change it up. And when you look at some of the benches we had last season, and even at the beginning of this season, with absolutely no disrespect to the likes of Mills and Warrington, it's been loaded with 2 keepers, Seamus Coleman, 2 or 3 other defenders. I mean, all solid players, but not going to stir the loins and get excited. Rondon's on the bench. Who else has been on the bench? Alan, Keane, players like that. Whereas you actually want your bench to have, when fit, the likes of McNeil would be on the bench, say, or Townsend when he's fit, or and if Garner's going to take someone's place, the likes of McNeil or Davis, as opposed to 4 defenders, 2 keepers, and a couple of young kids.
I think the one I would like to see, if we don't loan him out, I'd like to see Tom Keane getting a place on the bench, because, like, in the lack of, like, if you were going to have a bench, and would I rather have Tom Cannon or Rondon on the bench? I'd rather have Tom Cannon. I really would.
Yeah, I mean, get some experience for him, because they've sent Sims and Dobbin out, which is not a bad thing, because they were just occupying a place on the bench for most of the season when they were breaking into the team. But I mean, are
you surprised that we're not moving on Alan? I know it says Gomez looks like he could be going to Lille. Are you surprised that we're not moving on Alan as well, or?
He's probably on very good wages. Probably doesn't want.
Yeah, I just don't see him getting in now, Alan. Like, generally, he is all right in what he does, but I don't see him getting in with the players that were brought in.
When you think of the position that he occupies, if he's fit, he's probably my second choice behind Garner Gueye, as a defensive holding player. I mean, who else have we got that's an exceptional defensive holding player? I don't know anything about Garner. I don't know.
What do you think of Iwobi in that position? Because he's been absolutely amazing in that defensive, in front of the defence, composure.
I think it was
tackling.
It's something of an emergency, and it takes away most of his
strength,
talents more forward. But he does a good job almost anywhere in the 5 or 6 places he's been asked, 4 or 5 places he's been asked to play. He hasn't been asked to play centre forward, but. I mean, it speaks for itself that he's been man of the match for most of the first 4 or 5 games.
I think on what you're saying now, with how well Iwobi's playing and his confidence and how good he is on the ball, and he's even assisting goals now as well. If we played that 4-3-3, maybe it'd be nice to get him in the attacking 3 instead of the defending 3.
What's Adi saying about the paperwork would have been done? Domino effect of what? I mean, perhaps he can post something else so I can understand what's.
Keep dropping the comments and stuff like that. We are reading them and stuff.
Well, I've just seen a tweet from Alan Myers saying that he thinks that's our business done. So he's not expecting anyone else to arrive. Alan's usually pretty spot on that. So, yeah, I think that's looking like us done for this window. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the required striker that everyone is missing is going to be coming. Unfortunately,
you do have to. I was just going to say, a lot of people are expecting the worst, though. A lot of people are saying Calvert-Lewin's going to come back and get injured. I know it's a risk; it can happen, especially with how much it's happened. But he could come back. We don't always think the worst, because he could come back and get like a few games under his belt for that England team and play 20 games in a row. You never know.
England team. Actually, I think Everton have got a massive advantage coming up in the World Cup, because when you look through the squad, who is there in our squad that's going to go to World Cup? Pickford?
Pickford, Cody.
Cody?
Yeah, I think
possible,
Cody
but
will.
unlikely. Onana's a possible, but unlikely. Iwobi will go, won't he? And Nigeria, did Nigeria make it? I don't think they did.
No, I don't think they did. No.
Onana is going to be in it.
Gay will go because Senegal probably.
Onana for Belgium. Think he likes
Onana's
him.
a possibility, but remember he's only got one cap. So
Martinez
I know,
likes
but
him.
Martinez likes him, doesn't he?
But the big news is we will have the full squad will be rested for 6 or 7 weeks. And when you think that so many of our rivals will be sending half their team, that's great news for us, really.
Especially with the injuries that they could pick up more than anything, because
injuries and the tiredness and playing for the whole 4 or 5 weeks in such impressive.
He is due. It's past his bedtime now. Sorry, I'm just replying to that.
That was funny.
All right.
Basically, Jeff, who's on now, there looks. He had a young lad we had this young lad come on called Alfie that's not been on before, and a lot of people in the comments were saying Alfie was Jeff's son, and it was just an ongoing joke because they thought the Alfie lad was Jeff's son.
Yeah.
So, Premier League transfers in the last few minutes, we were going to discuss. Garner has been confirmed.
Yeah.
He grew up in Birkenhead. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah. His family, I think, I heard his family live in, it's not Birkenhead.
Okay.
What's by the outlet village? Ellesmere Port.
Cheshire Oaks. Yeah, Ellesmere Port.
Yeah. He lives, I think his family lives in Ellesmere Port now, apparently.
So Ashley Maitland-Niles, not Miles, has gone to Southampton on loan. We were interested in him before. Dendonka's gone to Villa. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yep, you're right. Tim Cahill wasn't tall.
What was that?
I'm just replying to some messages, just talking about the height of Mopay because he's obviously a bit of a shorty. But Amanda just pointed out Tim Cahill wasn't tall either, and neither was Tony Cottee, and he did all right. I think he scored.
Indeed. But
I think he scored near 100 goals for us, didn't he?
99, wasn't it? But anyway,
yeah.
At the end of the day, you're not going to play the ball in the air if Mopay's only 5'8". You're going to play it on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. But it's one of those where you've seen teams before who play without a striker. And play with wide forwards. So I don't think it's necessarily a massive issue. I think there's ways to win games, but it is going to be ideally DCL being back and being fit for the remainder of the season makes the window look a whole lot better, because if he plays and then you've got Mopay coming off the bench to terrorise and give him a break as well.
Yes.
Breaking Nottingham Forest sign, everyone. Yeah, spot on.
That is strange, isn't it? And that's another.
Yeah.
I mean, they think it's a good move, but it's not like we haven't been active, but we've been active for a different reason. We've been active because we were just dreadful last season. But I find that very strange.
Someone just said Dan just tagged you about Chucky. I hope it's true. Is something happening with him? Everything Everton's just said. Do you know that Chucky player from Villarreal?
I don't know anything about Chucky.
Chuckle brother. Someone just
Chuck
said that. Chuck Wasey is called.
We don't have a very good relationship with Villarreal, do we?
Samuel Chukwueze arrives to England to finalise his Everton move. Mega Sports it is. Are they bad?
They're right. Could be like Odem Wingy. He could be left at Speke Airport.
He is really, really good as well. I wanted him because he's a really skillful winger down the right hand side, and he scores goals. He's Generally, he knocked Bayern Munich out the cup. He knocked Bayern Munich out the cup by scoring. He had a cracking game that game and scored.
Have we got extra time to sign?
I don't know. I don't think it's true because you two have just said that it's gone. Looks like nothing else is going to happen from what's his name? Mears, is it? Whatever his name is, the Everton one. What's his name? Myers. Yeah. He said
just had a message off Alfie saying he just said to say thanks for having him on, and he really enjoyed it. So
he did well, to be fair.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he?
Obviously, Dan's a professional now as well.
So is Jan coming back for the mop up, or is he coming back before? Do we think?
I think he'll come back for the mop up to end it, won't he? I think.
Okay.
I think.
Ryan's already thrown the towel in because I've just had a message off him as well, and he was like, "You can wrap it up if you want." So he's already hit peak despair, and he's not expecting anything else to happen.
He's gone to check out Richarlison's swimming pool.
Yeah. But yeah, Garner with his first interview, that was quite good.
I haven't listened to it yet. I'll have a listen when I come off.
Yeah, just a quick quote from him. I spoke with the manager. He's got a real plan for the club and for me. Working with him on a daily basis is major for me and my development. I think that was the key reason.
Excellent.
So yeah.
I always like to hear players are happy to be at Goodison.
Yeah.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No problems, buddy.
I think you need to stop buying players whose names begin with the letter G, though. Other letters are available.
Other letters are available. But hey, as long as they're good, I don't mind signing players whose names.
You would appreciate that, wouldn't you, Jeff?
I would indeed, sir. Yeah. So overall, Dan, what do you think of the window? Are you overall happy with it?
I'm pretty eight and a bit out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah. I think getting rid of a few players off the, I think getting a few players out the door is as important.
We've lost 3 significant first teamers in Tosun, Delph, and Sigurdsson, and Kenny didn't re-sign. And then we've sent out a dozen players or so on loan. You know, Gabamin and Ali we're just not going to get in the 25. I mean, more so Ali, because it'd be insane for us to gamble on him to try and come good and then have to pay Spurs 10 million on the basis of this gamble. We've given him a chance and it's not happened. And so we've got some young players out on loan. We've got a solid 25 plus any of the youngsters that we don't have to count towards that 25. Yeah. And whilst we've got a difficult set of matches coming up, maybe we can get something against them and West Ham. And but we're playing Spurs away, aren't we? Arsenal and Spurs are away, I think. So a win on Saturday wouldn't half make the difference. But,
I think a win on Saturday would go a long way towards
especially if it was in the 97th.
Softening the blow. Yeah, softening the blow, wouldn't it? And I think the thing is as well is I'm still happy overall because if I looked at where I was, if I looked at where we were when the Spanish waiter left, when he was sacked, and I look at the state the club were in, and I sit there and look at where we are now, do I think we're in a better position? A million miles better. I think we're in a miles better position. The defense looks night and day different. Like Tarkowski and Cody in that defense just allows me to sleep at night without nightmares.
Well, the 11 that he's been putting out recently are a much more coherent unit. We were going to away games. We just knew we were going to lose them all. It's disappointing to lose a lead, but it's far better that we had it's far better that we even score first, because that was something we couldn't even manage most of last season. Mark Foster says we should play 4-3-3. I don't know whether that's just a judgment on the formation at Leeds or wherever else. I mean, 5 at the back or 3 plus 2 wing backs does have the appearance of being negative. But the first thing you've got to change, the first thing Lampard had to change, was the mentality and the quality of our football away from home, where where you just knew we were going to concede first, and we weren't even going to equalise. I mean, the 15 games before Benitez was sacked, we conceded first in probably every single game. And what did we get out of those? We equalised at Manchester City, and then missed United, and then missed a great chance to win. We came from behind against Arsenal, and we got a draw at Chelsea, which was quite fortunate. And we lost every other game. Not only did we lose every other game, we were conceding first and not even scoring. So what does that tell you? I mean, he was setting the team up to get points that we didn't, a point, and we couldn't even achieve that. We were abysmal at the likes of Brentford. I mean, the whole 90 minutes was painful. You know, what can I say? It's not like that at the moment.
Oh, I'm hearing bells.
Right, guys, there's a countdown on Sky Sports, which we're using. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom.
Gone.
Bam.
There might be some late transfers that are not reported.
Yeah, of course. As long as the paperwork's in, you know, they're under no obligation to announce what paperwork's been submitted. I know that Fraser, Christ, who was it? Someone was reporting on Everton about an hour ago that that Chukwueze was looking less and less likely. So, you know, there is always that.
Someone said, Jan, that he flew over.
There was that thing we were tagged in from Nigeria.
Was it true?
I don't know. It might not even be Everton, you know, because there was that. We'll just have to wait and see.
We got lost on the way to Nottingham.
Yeah, probably. Like I say, I generally think like we should be happy with what we've got, and if we got an extra striker in, then it was the icing on the cake. But I still feel like I'm really happy with what we've done because we brought with what we was like last season. I mean, yeah, Dan's just been talking and stuff, and was that the worst you've seen us in a long time last season? You was just talking about last season, like generally. That's the worst. I only supported Everton was when Moyes come in. I haven't been all the way through. I literally when Moyes took over.
50 years. I don't think I've ever been so desperate. I know I've seen Everton. I've seen Everton in the drop zone. I've seen us, you know, have poor periods.
Let me cast your mind back. And if I can just be a bit unprofessional and say Dad rather than Toffee Dad. Let me cast your mind back because I've been going to 16, 17 years now, season ticket. When I first went for the season, I'm going to drop myself in it, but there's got to be a statute of limitations type thing here. I was using my granddad's season ticket on a concession for the first year or two.
He was only 17. Go on.
Yeah. But I think it's because of where my birthday fell, according to the season. Anyway, let's not get myself banned. But I remember my dad and I talking in March, and we were I was sat here, and I'd lost all hope, and I was saying, do you think we'll go down? And he was saying that it was you know, he hasn't seen us this bad. Indications weren't, you know, like the signs we were seeing were rash red cards. You know, decisions going against us, even if you want to say, you know, like that old adage, the harder you practice, the luckier you get. And it was that things were going against us that was all signs of a team in free fall. And I was really starting to, when I was caught in front of the coach in the retro jacket outside the William Hills and the Holy Trinity, that was rage and fury and anger, and I felt like, you know, as much as you wanted to blame the board or the managers or the situation, what it boiled down to is we had roughly the same team that we had prior to that were letting us down, and ultimately, you know, somebody might be accountable at the end of the day, but our performance, you know, when it comes down to tactics, okay, there are other people who are accountable that feed into it, but it was down to the players. I was livid. I was tugging at my shirt, and you know, I was a kid when we won the FA Cup, and I was feeling like, how dare you there are 40,000 or 35 odd thousand fans, and people outside and people in the club that for them this is a lifeblood. There were thousands of Evertonians and thousands more in the city who don't go, and across wherever you want to talk about. But this is my life. This is my love. This is something that I have no control over or influence on, but something that impacts me so very deeply. How dare you sit there and take this money and take the piss out of my undying love? And well, I'm just it was just
anyway.
Yeah.
So I was prepared to accept relegation because it felt like it was happening, and it was far better to deal with it that way. But there was a spark in the wins against Newcastle and Leeds, and somehow or other I felt we would get out of it. I had a feeling that we would do the business against Palace and survive with the game to go. I mean, I didn't expect Burnley to win a few games, and I probably didn't expect. I thought we'd win at Leicester. I had a good feeling about that, and I mean, it was the support was just phenomenal that day, and it's carried on in that vein. People are behind this team, the manager, despite what some people think he's limited. He's got limitations, tactical limitations. It's far too easy. But people like to criticise him and Gerrard. They like to think that the great footballers are not as good a manager as they were footballers, and that's often the case. And they just go, well, Lampard, great footballer, probably doesn't get the same tune out of the players that he might have given himself. But I think he's a sympathetic character. He seems to care about the people in the team, and that gets the best results from the players. Like Wenger used to say, the hardest part about being a manager was keeping 25 people happy week to week.
Yeah,
I was just thinking. I was going to reel some quick things off the top of my head. I was thinking when I thought back to last season, like what was the problems last season? We was playing
bad coaching.
We was playing Kenny. We was playing Kenny left back, and we was also playing frigging Godfrey left back. We've now, when you look at that's what you've got to do this window is look at your problems last season. Now we've gone and signed Vinagre, a good backup left back, and we've got Mikalenko coming through. So we've sorted out one problem there. Then, did we have any leaders that were centre back? We didn't. Godfrey wasn't a leader. Holgate ain't a leader. And Keane ain't a leader. So then we've gone and signed. With this window, you think then, right, let's bring a leader in. We brought in Tarkowski and we brought in Cody, two really good leaders, captains. And you thought, could we head a ball last season? Did we have any players that could head a ball in the box? No. Tarkowski and Cody can head a ball. So you've sorted out all of our problems because Patterson coming in sorts out the Coleman problem at the right. So you sorted out all our problems in defence this window. So people just think, oh, it's all about attackers in the window. It's all about attackers. That's all they care about. If you don't sort out your defence, it don't matter what attackers you've got because the ball ain't going into a mush as it happened last season, and you're going to get battered because your defence is shit. But I'd rather sort out our defence, which we did. I kept saying, you sort out your team from the back. And Lampard has done that this winter. You sort it out from the back and you work your way up. That's how you do it. And then the next thing, last season, Alan Gomez. Gomez was awful for us last season. I've just seen he's gone out on loan. He just wasn't good enough. He's not a tackler and he hasn't got an engine. And then we had Davis in and out. Our centre midfield was non-existent. They couldn't pass the ball. We've gone and brought in now. Garner Gueye's come back. Onana, who looks at an incredible up-and-coming talent. Got James Garner, who looks like a midfielder that will put tackles in. He takes set pieces. He's everywhere. And Iwobi's coming to form in that centre midfield. So the big problem of our centre midfield being absolutely shocking last season, we've sorted out as well. We've got Gordon, who's looking cracking on the left wing. Damari Gray is looks like he's bitten and bobbing. Obviously, it would have been nice if we brought someone on in that winger. We're going to sign Mupé. I know a lot of people ain't a fan of him, but he is a striker. And then we've got Calvert-Lewin coming back as well. So
Andrew wants to know what he thinks our midfield will be. Well, obviously, it's going to be Gordon and Iwobi.
You two look like you're spooning.
No, he looks like that, like character.
Look like you're spooning each other. Do you know those two that was
like a head on the shoulder
No,
instead?
who's that one that was on the big YouTube videos that you say, "All right, babe, you all right, babe," and then they broke up. Who are they? I forgot who they are.
I don't know.
Oh, I'll have to tag you in that video, right?
Have you not seen that Zoom meeting where there's a couple at it when she should be tuning in for the?
I did see that, and I did read that apparently they got banned from all social media or something like that.
Did they?
Everybody else appreciated it.
Southampton look like they might have been doing some good business in and out in this thing. They've got Ainsley Maitland-Niles. They've just signed that Duje Caleta-Car.
Bill and Denise. Stu, what do you want us to talk about, Bill and Denise?
No, it was in reference to, thankfully, the now absent special guests that we kept having on earlier.
Oh yeah.
Have we done a good job for you, Ryan, or not? Anyone getting the stack?
I think you've done really well to be able to keep a stream going with not an awful lot happening for the best part of 4 or 5 hours. I mean,
is that a polite way of saying we've chatted absolute wham and just completely gone off the rails?
To be honest, I'm surprised you've been talking about the football as much as you have done, because not an awful lot's been happening. I think we've all been refresh. Sky Sports, follow Everton, Twitter, waiting for something to happen. And I think in the back of our minds, there was a little bit of us that thought maybe Barrington Diaz could come in from Blackburn because he's only up the M6, and also possibly Breuer just because they brought in Aubameyang from Barcelona. It felt like those were the two that looked like they could happen quite late, but it looks like we've all been left with egg on our face. I mean, it's a shame because I think we were just one player away from saying this is one of the best windows we've had in a long time. I don't know how much of a swing that is really for people. In terms of, for me, I think kind of the way I see it was a lot of the teams around us have improved. Why is the comments going like above my face while I'm talking?
Sorry, there's nowhere I can stick you.
Get under the comment.
Do we think Garner will be on the bench for the first couple of weeks? That's James Garner. Garner will. Amanda says Garner will play at some point in the first 11. Andrew again says he'll play at some point, but he's talking about the first few weeks. Will he be eased in?
I think he likes his training, doesn't he? If he looks like he's good in training, he'll come on.
I'm not saying any reason why he's going to not be on the bench. He will.
I think when you look at, do you know, last game, our centre midfielders, when we was 1-0 up, they did look shattered. I think you could have easily have subbed Onana or Tom Davis. I think you could have subbed them at 60th minute just to give them a rest because they did work the bollocks off basically. So if you can sub them for Garner, and you've got options to sub them now, I think Garner's going to get used on that.
Toffee Dan, why do you think that we didn't? Why do you think we didn't make any substitutions against Leeds?
Probably wasn't enough quality on the bench.
I have a different view to that.
Yeah.
If I may, I think that sometimes we forget that it's really hard as a substitute to come in and get the pace of the game if a game is really intense. And I think that in the situation we were in, we were happy and in control, and we weren't looking in any real danger. And I think that a substitution could have led to a mistake that would have cost us the point that we definitely deserved. Yeah. And I just think it was just a tactical decision to just say, I don't want to change anything because we're doing fine. And I don't want to mess with it because substitutions can sometimes disrupt the whole pattern of a game. And against a team like Leeds, who play with a real high intensity, you can bring somebody on and they're the guy who makes a mistake that costs you the goal, that loses you the game. And I think everyone was doing their job, and the organisation was really good. We were still closing down. We were still keeping our shape and all of that kind of stuff. I just think that it was just the smartest decision was not to change anything. So that's my view on it anyway.
That's a good point. I mean, I remember Moyes bringing on Heitinger to defend a corner at Fulham, and we lost the win on the day. It's like, oh God, here we go again. So yeah.
Well,
yeah, I remember
everyone, thanks for doing such a great job tonight. Also, the guys who've been listening in. Thanks for sticking with us for nearly 4 hours. I think this might be the record stream on Follow Everton. So thanks for everyone who's stuck on. We'll give you our thoughts over the next 15 minutes, obviously. This is an interesting point from Andrew.
How does it feel, right, to have like all your staff on?
Nearly all of them.
Do you feel proud that you've got a lot of people on your channel now? You made it a lot bigger in just like the space of one month, 2 months.
You know what?
Season.
You all add something so special to it. And I think, you should be proud that you've been able to be part of a good stream, be part of why the channel's nearly got 1,500 subscribers when there are plenty of Everton channels out there they could be watching. They're choosing to watch this new one. So you should be proud. But, in terms of my thoughts on this window, just to summarize, because I haven't really been able to give my thoughts maybe on this. I've been out. But I think we've done nearly everything right. I mean, you look at the problems we had last season. We had no leaders in defence. You've got a pair of clowns in Keane and Holgate. I think you've brought in two really solid centre-backs there that I think are going to be the backbone of the club for 2-3 years minimum. And Cody Campbell, or I don't know what that nonsense was about, but and then we were soft in midfield. Teams could run through us for years. Since Garner left. I think now 100%. You've got 6'5" stature of Onana. You've got the tireless running of Garner, and I think what that's going to allow us to do, that them 4 players, you can now say, right, Gordon, you've got that man behind you who's going to sweep up.
Yeah,
you can actually allow your players to do their job. Because I think part of the problem isn't personnel and why we don't score a lot of goals. I think we don't get many players in the box. We don't actually commit that many players forward.
Because we're scared of counter.
I'll just jump in on this though. I think you bang on links to what you're saying. Just a little thing that you said. I think you bang on because I think Anthony Gordon, Gray, and our McNeil and our other attacking players are asking to defend too much, and it's burning them out because they're having to do 2 jobs: defend a lot and attack. When they attack, they've got less energy and they're not as what you want them to be. And I do feel like you've just said now, right, now we've got people that generally can do their job in that midfield area. Our attacking players can just go and attack, and we'll get a lot more from them just by them doing that.
Plus, also, the other thing is we can, like our possession stats, if you look at them for the last few years, have been awful. We 25, 30, 35%, something like that. And if we can control possession, even 50%, it gives us time on the ball and like a rest for those other players. If we can just like get control of the ball and pass with like certainty through the midfield side to side, we can create spaces through good pass. We have got players who can pass the ball, and we've got players who can run with the ball. But often our possession is quick. It's like it's a quick attack, and if it doesn't work, then we're on the defense straight away. We very often, the thing that I've noticed about us is we don't have long periods of controlled possession where we've got it for 2, 3, 4 minutes. And that's where the defenders get a breather, and that's where the opposition team are having to work. If we're able to move the ball around, other players are having to chase for the ball. And so it's, I think we need to up our possession stats, and I think that's something that having commanding midfield presence allows us to control possession of the football as well.
it becomes a domino effect where if we don't have the striker to press that line, then the defence is sort of running all over. You know, they may be, especially when it becomes overly mobile, like they're overlapping and switching. Like it was even against Leeds, though, we did see some form of set formation. But then when we do that, if we've got some element of inexperience or a lack of quality in some way or a lack of chemistry, then there's not that clearly defined philosophy, especially switching so fundamentally the kind of tactics that we're playing. With the five at the back, because when you've got those three, it's quite clear that it brings an extra man back. That not a lot of teams play that kind of five at the back, or if you want to call it 3-4-3, but it's not. It's clearly a sort of mobile, depending on if anyone's going forward. It's a 4. You know, it's a 4 or a 5 at the back where we don't have the strength that the wing, where the wingers are going forward, because there's not a striker that's really doing their stuff. Look, I've just got to say, by the way, I did get your message.
Thanks, Commander.
I really appreciate it. I've replied to it. With that sort of solid backbone that we've got, we can kind of dictate some of the play now. Because when McNeil had the ball, it was evidence against Leeds that we, rather than playing the ball forward to the overlapping Patterson, he immediately sort of turned back and was like, "Oh crap! I can't speculate and lose the ball," simply knowing that we wouldn't sort of dominate in the middle of the pitch. And then in doing that, it goes across the back line, which is possession retention. But if we're not going to be in a position where we can then dictate the play, it's going to mean that we're not, you know, a lot of the time it doesn't lead to anything. So you know, you're going to have those midfielders who can find that space, who can distribute the ball, who've got that vision to do that, or who can play off and know that they're going to be able to hold this and push this back and run, and then pass it off to the defender, create some space, and then be able to pass it off to the winger. It's a
work in progress. Go on. Sorry.
I think the season's going to start now. I mean, I know we're wrapping up shortly, but the season's going to start now. It's unfortunate that it's taken 5 games to get these players in. But for me, there's no excuse now why we can't play a 4-3-3. We've got a plethora of midfielders. You could argue they're all quite similar, but just a touching point on Onana, Garner, and Garner. Garner's going to plug the gaps. He's going to allow the wingers to be wingers, to do their job, not to worry about coming back and having to defend as a second fullback. You know, McNeil against Leeds was basically an auxiliary right back. You know, that's going to be Garner's job to get across to really stop these things happening. The Garner from United,
he did so well.
Ryan, this is actually quite positive from you. Is this Ryan? Like generally, you're actually, like you said, you said I'm only frustrated with one thing, but everything else I'm really happy about.
I'm going to come to why I'm frustrated. Hang on, please.
But generally, you are actually happy because you just spoke about our centre midfielder Onana like you like him, and you just spoke about Garner Gueye like you like him. So you're actually quite happy now.
Before you do that, right, Ryan, and I just want to say, can we please admit how well we actually defended against Leeds?
Yeah.
But we've got to have a compromise, because I think ultimately the point I'm making at is we're going to be hard to beat. But we're not going to be we're not going to be good at winning games, because I look at this and I think, okay, we've got the solid two, they've got the defense, we've got the spine of the team there. I mean, you can play 4-3-3 and you can still bring in 3 centre midfielders to freshen it up in the second half when they're knackered. You've got Onana, who's going to develop into a box-to-box player, Garner, who's going to plug the gaps, and Garner from Man United, who's going to be taking all of our set pieces. He's going to be taking the corners. He's going to be taking the free kicks. And you know what people think? What is Garner from Forest? I'll tell you now. He is a tenacious, tough tackling midfielder, but he can also take the set pieces. He can also get forward and link up. And he's got something about him going forward. So I'm glad we've taken a punt on him. I think to come down from that, I am disappointed, and the negativity side of it is that I don't think our recruitment at the top end of the pitch is good enough for where we want to be. I think the other 19 Premier League teams have probably recruited better when they've been signing players at the top end of the pitch. I don't know how you can pick Dwight McNeil and Neil Maupay as players for Everton side that have just sold their, most important player and nearly got relegated. I'm not trying to be overly negative. I just think you were one signing away from making that a really, really solid window where we're going to be hard to beat and we're going to nick a goal as well. Whereas I think now we're going to be solid, but are we always going to nick enough goals?
I think Forest are a really good example that you can buy all the best, like loads of attacking players. But if your defense and your centre midfield ain't that good, it means nothing. So I'm more happy that we've sorted out our defense, which I know you was frustrated with last season, right? And our centre midfield. And I do think Mupe is going to be better. I can't wait for him to play and prove a few people wrong, because I honestly think he's going to be better than what people think. And he can score goals, and he's like a Naismith. He's a grafter, and he needed a move. He needed a change, and this change could be good. If he gets a goal, and he probably will get goals with the chances we've been creating, it will be better. But when you just said on the Leeds game, I don't think we was that good at defending that Leeds game. I felt like we needed Garner game massively because they was hitting the post, and I could see the goal coming. Ryan was putting in the WhatsApp group, we was lucky there. I could see they was going to score a goal back, but I think
the Brentford game down that we looked like we were getting bummed.
Yeah, the Leeds game, there was having loads of chances, wasn't there? The Leeds game, there was having a lot of chances.
If you look overall, and again, I'm not trying to sort of disagree too much with what Ryan said, because he's right. The goals, we're not going to be a free scoring team. We're not going to be a team that scores lots of goals. That's a fact. But what I will say is that a team that keeps clean sheets on a very regular basis wins the majority of their games, because one goal will win a game. One goal will win a game if you keep a clean sheet. And if we keep clean sheets in the majority of our home games, we will win the majority of our home games, because we just need to get one goal. And whether that's DCL coming back, whether that's somebody from a set piece, from a header, from a whatever it is, from an Anthony Gordon doing something special, from someone else doing something special, so long as we're keeping clean sheets, it's a very David Moyes kind of formula of fight like a bugger, defend like absolute Trojans, nick a goal, win the game, move on, and next year improve a bit more and add a little bit better. And so it's a process whereby what we've done this window, in my opinion, is we're not a relegation side anymore. I don't see us being in the relegation battle this year, because I think that despite some people have signed some fairly decent attackers, maybe, but attackers can only score goals if they've got the ball, if they've got clear chances. If we do our defending job properly, if our midfield is dominant, they're not going to be getting those chances, or they're going to be getting really poor chances, because they're not going to get clean through. They're not going to be getting straight through on goal. So then that allows us then to do enough to win games. And if we finish 13th to 10th this year, that's an improvement on last year. And then
you're relying on Calvert staying fit for that, though, Jeff.
I know, but it's one of those. It's an overall thing, isn't it? It's money ball. It's fix this bit, nick some goals. You'll win enough games to be safe.
About players improving and gelling and chemistry, because once as AJ and the dad says, we need to give the players a chance to form some chemistry and gel. That won't happen in one game, but also as a result of that, you'd hope that players improve. They don't come to you and they're just exactly the same player for the entire duration of their stay at the club. They improve.
Except Garner.
I was just gonna say though, if you think about it, against Brentford we scored first. Apparently we can't score goals. Against Leeds we scored first. Against Leeds, Gray could have scored. The goal should have been allowed. Onana could have scored, but a good header. We are getting, even against Chelsea. We had a lot of chances as well. We are getting a lot more chances than what we normally get. And with Mupe in the box, it could be a different situation. We are getting a lot more chances.
And DCL will be back soon. So
off, by the way, because there's, I don't. By the way, there's loads of people still watching. There's 60 people still watching, so that's brilliant. But I'm gonna just my closing thoughts, and you guys can wrap up whenever you want. If
this is it now.
If these signings now, the ones we brought in today, which I said this morning on Twitter, we're going to delay the announcements. We're going to get no one else, and we're going to be made to feel grateful we got these 2 deals done. It exactly happened. I called it. But if these signings now allow the rest of the team to function and do their job, there is no reason why we can't now become free scoring. With Gordon improving 10 goals a season, with Gray chipping in 6 to 8, with Mopé chipping in 6 to 8, and if Calvert-Lewin can stay fit and get 10 to 15 goals, and the centre-backs can all chip in 2 or 3, we'll be fine. I'm not saying we can finish any higher than 17th. I'm not sitting here and saying we are.
I think on what you've just said though, Ryan, that's very realistic. I think I can see what you've just said. All those players getting those goals that you've just said, even though Nana and Iwobi can chip in as well. So I can see that happening.
Everyone's been compensating. You've got everyone doing other people's jobs to try and compensate. And you know what? I think the biggest, most fucking brilliant signing this summer is Garner Gueye.
Yes, 100%.
Player for 3 years. He was brilliant for us for 3 years, and the whole team functioned. And then all of a sudden, you lose him, and he's still our top tackler. He's been gone 3 years. You know, he's going to make.
I tell you what, I think 2 other things as well in relation to that. I think Garner Gueye is going to make Onana a better player, because if Garner Gueye is doing the job that Onana has been doing, then Onana is going to be free to do what he does best, which is rampage, be the better version of what we thought we signed when we got Decore, because that's kind of what I see him as the real heir to what we thought we bought when we bought Decore. I think he's going to be, Onana is going to be that person who can get the ball and just charge up the pitch. Very much like Yaya Toure.
That's a good question. How much? Some people said on the channel that we could spend a lot of money. I don't think we had a big pot that we was allowed to spend, and I think the way we've done business and spreaded the money out and put 5 million on him, pay it over time, put 4 million on him, pay it over time. The way we've done business with such a small pot, which is going to be better next window, I can guarantee that.
We spent, in monetary terms, we spent 30 million.
That's banging, though, isn't it? What we got in for 30 million.
But in net 30 million. But in financial accounting terms, we've done ourselves a favour, obviously with the wages that have gone. But we made £40 million on Richarlison because his contract was amortised, his transfer fee was amortised down to less than 10 million. So that's 40 million that's going to hit the accounts. And the 80 million that we've spent is going to be spread over 4 or 5 years, whatever the length of those contracts are. So that's 15 million. Well, the present position financially is a 25 million pound profit on this year's accounts.
Wait, a breakdown.
The other thing I just want to say very quickly is, looking at the squad we've got now, I think we only have to name 20. We're only going to name 23 players over 21 years of age, because Gordon still counts as a 21-year-old. So that gives us some latitude in January to bring in a couple more players.
Yes.
Can we get a break? So what do you think the actual net spend is? Because apparently we've I mean, I don't know how you want to look at this.
Yeah.
The FIFA Garner's 15 million, the FIFA Gueye is 2 million, but we've only put 9 down for Garner. It's two different things, isn't it? The net spend and
there are different ways to look at it. I mean, from a cash flow point of view, it's important to the club when they have to make the payments.
I've just got to point out, by the way, a bit out of practice, but management accountant there, so I'm kind of dropping you in it. So come on.
Yes, you are. So the 85 million pound we spent is spread over the life of the contracts for the purposes of of our profit and loss account for the year.
Yeah.
And so, as I said, that's 15 to 20 million a year, because most of those new players are going to be on 4-year contracts. Well, Gueye won't be, but that's such a small amount as to not really make much difference. So the 50 million we get for Richarlison, whenever we get paid it, that's a cash flow issue, is 40 something million more than his contract. He'd only had a year left on his contract on a 40 million pound 5-year contract. So only 1/5 or 8 million was his book value. So when we sold him for 50 million, we've already written off that 32 million, and we've just made 40 something million on selling him, which is important for the accounts because obviously we're in a parlous position. So that's it in a nutshell. We've got 25 million to spare, a reduced wage bill, and who knows, we might even make a profit this year.
Daniel, we need you to sit down.
I know, he's pretty good, isn't he, though? He knows his stuff.
Doing it. Good half an hour working out. Because you look at the wage bill, we've massively cut down the wage bill. Gubamin, Sigurdsson, Tosin, the list goes on. And you wouldn't expect someone like Garner coming for more than, say, £35,000 a week from Man United, because he was only a youth player at United on low wages. You look at someone like Neil Maupay, I'd say 50 grand a week. Reasonably modest wages. Onana, obviously, is on a start.
I was going to say the other thing as well to consider is the value of the squad, because if you actually look at a lot of the players that we got rid of, they were quite old, and their value was going downhill. A lot of these players that we brought in, they're like 20, 21, 22, 23. So they're all going to go up in value, which means that if you're looking in terms of a long-term project, if you look at someone like, say, Onana, and you say, well, if he's going to be as good as we think he might be, then maybe he won't be here in 3 or 4 years, but he could be worth 80 million. And there's quite a few other players that we've got, is that we could be making a big profit on some of these players that we brought in for buttons.
It's an element of money.
That's a good way. Yeah, and that's a good way to run a club, isn't it?
That's the way of the world now, and that's the way we've got to plan. We've got to unearth a few diamonds and make a bit of profit out of them. I mean, the wage bill question is such a hard topic to broach, but the only way I look at it is I put the players into tranches, and I say, well, who are our best players? The ones that we're most likely to be paying the most money to on a wage basis, and that would be the likes of Pickford and Calvert-Lewin. And then you go down to the youth players, and then you go down to the Tom Davises, who are perhaps on 20, 30,000. But obviously, if you value a player, you have to pay him enough for him not to leave. And so I think our top wage is about 100,000 a year, and you can stream that down to 40 or 30 or 40,000 for most of the first team, and then you've got to kind of work out what's our annual wage bill and does it fit in with my estimate, and that's how you more or less get your answer of how much each player is going to get paid, and what sort of, because Sigurdsson, for example, must have been one of our top wages, as Richarlison.
I think the problem is when at one window you think of the Carlo window, we brought in Rodriguez, big wages. We brought in Decore, who was his age we worried about. He's got no value going forward. Decore,
our wage structure.
Yeah, and Alan, you know you've got no players that are going to make you money. It's you either get something from them then, or you get nothing. But at least now we've actually our team have actually got a big value now. You've actually got Patterson, who's young, who's going to have a big sum on him later on. You've got Onana, big figure on him. You've got Branthwaite, who probably is going to have a figure on him. Mikalenko figure on him. Our players, the value is going to go up. Our team's actually going to be worth something going forward. So
I think it's important to note. It's important to note, although a lot of players coming from abroad are a gamble, it's players like Mikalenko, Onana, and the like, unless they're coming from a big league. But so much like Alan came from Italy, but and obviously James. But majority of them are on much lower wages than what the Premier League is prepared to offer them, and therefore it's always attractive.
Isn't it? That's artificially inflated, partly because of the marketability and the broadcasting, but also, as we've talked about on the channel before, I think it becomes important to note that a lot of the time when you're playing, if United or City or United, City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs are doing the business of buying players, or someone comes in to buy from them from the same league, from the Premier League, you're not just paying for the value of the player, you're paying for the value that player adds, and the cost of the contributing value of the European place that it gives them, and the subsequent income.
But what I'm trying to say is the players like Mikolenko, who came from the Ukrainian league, where he'd have been on a few £1,000s a week at the most at Dynamo Kiev, and Everton come along and they wave £20,000 a week at him, or £30,000 a week, and he goes, yes, please. But by Premier League standards, that's quite a low pay.
Yeah, we've got rid of the players this summer. Some of the highest earners.
5 of our top 8, haven't we?
Yeah. Cenk Tosun, £120,000 a week, including bonuses. Andre Gomez was the highest earning player at the club, £125,000 a week, along with Yerry Mina. Yeah. Even Gabamin was on over £80,000 a week. I don't know if we've got rid of all of their wages, but the players that have left.
I think we've got rid of 7 of the top 8 earners at the club.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's an insane piece of business, because the vast majority of the people you're naming did almost nothing for Everton for the past 3 or 4 years. For one reason or another.
That's the other thing is value for money, and I think that's where, even if you can say, oh, we didn't get the required striker, you cannot argue that in terms of bang for your buck, every single area of our squad is better now than it was at the start of the window. And we've got players who are going to be playing for the shirt. I know I haven't got a top on, but they're going to be playing for the shirt. They're going to be playing for the manager, which is massive. And also they're playing for each other, because the one thing I've noticed so far from the games is, okay, we haven't been able to finish off some games. We might have been able to get some more from the games if we'd had the strikers and stuff like that. But the one thing I've noticed is all those players on the pitch in every single game we've played so far, they've played from minute 1 to minute 90. There hasn't been a sort of spell where we switched off and we weren't trying. They're all playing. They're all trying their asses off for the whole game. And they're fighting for each other. And I've seen so many occasions where somebody, pushes one of our players and all of our squad straight over. The teamwork is so much better. And so if you're looking at an overall objective sort of assessment of Everton Football Club, are we better now than we were at the start of the window? 1,000,000%. Absolutely, 1,000,000%.
What a window, though, because the problem is we only talk about certain things, and we've just the conversation has just come up. The conversation has just come up. We don't talk about who's actually gone out, the wages that have come off the bill. Everton have done really well, because Sigurdsson's gone, Delph's gone. These are big wage
we should
people.
Also just
Gomez,
add a little thing, instead of just singing Super Frank, we should also be singing Super Thelwall as well.
That's what I mean. Gomez, Tujan.
Thelwall's done a great job.
We've got rid of a lot of players, a lot of stuff that was dragging us down. So we've kind of took the weight off us a little bit, and these players are gone. I'd say there's only probably 2-3 players now that we've got to get rid of. I'd say probably maybe Michael Keane and maybe Alan. That's it. Everyone else, I'm happy with. The fact that we've turned it around and got rid of those players and sorted us out. And on top of this, I'll just go for a little burst here. And on top of this, we've actually brought in players that we actually like, 6 or 7. That is cracking by Everton. Seriously, don't moan, because this is good. What a turnaround. I'm buzzing.
I've got to say, I don't know whether you were here for my dad's breakdown, Charles. I put him under the spot. He's a former professional management accountant talking about the wage bill. Literally, you're exactly right there. And the implications, as you're sort of illustrating there, in cash flow and profit and loss and balance is exactly the point. But also what I kind of think is worth touching on is if we're sending players, I know it's a dangerous strategy to play, but if we're sending players out on loan that aren't going to be guaranteed match time, but they prove themselves elsewhere, they appreciate in value, which means they can either come back or fill a gap because we're not having to then go out and buy a player, or they become assets that are saleable, either for the clubs they've been on loan on or become more marketable. And either way, it's wages off the books and an appreciation of the value of an asset that we have.
I forgot about that, Jan. You've actually got Sims that's doing well at Derby. You've got Dobbin that's doing well at Derby. Sims has gone to somewhere else. All of our young kids, Branthwaite's gone. These are players that are going to be worth money for us as well. That's another thing that we've done.
Branthwaite over in Holland as well.
Yeah, he started. Someone said today. So generally, we've got that can come up as well. So all around business, the academy as well. I think Danny Mills looks cracking. Mills looks a cracking player. Warrington's gone out. Warrington's gone out alone.
Not Danny Mills, not Danny.
Danny Mills is the shittest player I've ever seen. His dad's a bit of an idiot. But Stanley Mills, you know how much I love Stanley Mills. You've got Warrington. Yeah. Did Warrington just go out on loan? Did they get that done?
He's gone out on loan, yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Oh, I don't know. I just assumed
I don't think it did.
I don't know whether it happened, but basically,
Warrington Kunku's gone out to Cardiff.
Yeah, that happened a while ago, but I don't think Stanley went. I don't think that Dobbin went through because we were dangling it as a carrot for the Diaz. We were dangling the Lewis Warrington deal for as part of the Diaz thing, wasn't it? So,
yeah. I just think sometimes you've got to look at the whole picture. I mean, some people just want to hold on to that striker position and say, I wanted... Even though everything other than that one striker has been done really well, people just want to hold on to the one negative thing.
Dan.
Oh, I haven't got my striker. I haven't got my striker. But you've generally got so many good things that are happening everywhere else. So you can't just pick out the one bad thing and not see all the good around it.
I've got to let you know, Dan, that Bolton's doing a space.
Who is? Oh, is he? Jack the lad, hosting. Bloody hell! This is. To be fair, with
young lad, he's such a dry sense of humour.
You mean Jack?
Yeah.
Bolton. Yeah, I'll call him Bolton.
Yeah, you call him Bolton.
No, he's from Bolton. He sounds like.
No, he lives up in Darwin.
Yeah.
Bolton lad.
Yeah, I know, but for some reason Dan calls him Bolton, so.
Because that's where he was born. But yeah, he lives up in Darwin.
He sounds like the guy that does Likey or No Likey. What's his name? Likey or No Likey, the dating show.
Yeah, I know.
He sounds
and he's
like
an
him
absolute
big time.
lunatic as well.
He is like him, sounds like him, and acts like him. But yeah, I'm going to shoot on this now. But
yeah, I was going to say that's about us now, isn't it?
Yeah, this has been. So it's actually it's been good. It has been good.
A big shout out. It's 11:45. Stuff may still happen in the little hours, but we'd be hanging on for a hope of a rumour of a whisper of a nothing.
How many we got on, Jan? How many we got on?
We've got mid-70s.
Still got 74 on.
Do you know what? Seriously though, that we generally know all your names in the comments, and we generally feel like we know you. And without you, doing this tonight, I don't think it would have been doable. So generally, thanks for all of you. Donations again tonight, donations to the channel. Just you are amazing, and without you, the channel wouldn't be as good. Like, you are part of the channel, so keep coming on, and we are buzzing. Just a chance for me to say thank you, because you are all amazing on the channel. 70 on at this time of night.
What we're going to do, by the way, is we are going to have a thank you for staying with us. A lot of you, you know, some of the usuals. I could name you all night, and some of you are probably gone, and it wouldn't be fair. But like, I've got to say thank you for the comments, thank you for the messages. Stu, please do get in touch again. You know, big shout out as well for a lot of the equipment. Robbie, you know, everyone who's sort of always there. Nikki seems to be here all the time. Kevin, who's gone already. Like,
thanks to the special guests.
Everything Everton, you know, I know you. Don't worry about that.
Right, send them. I mean, you can. I think you can donate through YouTube or something, but also get in touch with. What I'll do here is send a message to follow Everton on Twitter. Oh God, I've just
There's
done
me
something
form
naff
above
here.
there. Cheers,
What
Dan.
have I done? What have I done?
Oh my God, there's Ryan. He looked happy then, didn't he? Because he's got his players. Ryan looks happy. Look, because that's the happiest I've seen Ryan about an Everton team with all these signings.
Yeah,
you're amazing guys. They are good, you know. I do like these people in the comments. We've got a good little group here, haven't we?
Yeah. Honestly, we like, thank you very much for like everything. Thanks for my dad for joining. Jeff, as usual, giving some very seasoned response. My dad for not being too miserable. You know,
I'm so glad.
Is the cop-out hating dog?
I've said this. There's a dog. I've got to check mine out in a minute. I'm so glad.
Dog.
I'm so
My
glad
dog.
that that Jan's dog, both of your dogs. I'm so glad that generally this window is over. Oh my days! That's why I was happy about doing this tonight, because I am so glad this window is
Nice one, Mike.
finished. We can actually crack on now and get down to business. Garner guy's coming in the number 6. We've got Mupe who can play. Let's just crack on now and have a good season.
Right.
At this window with Anthony Gordon business and all that, it has been a long, long window and it's drained me. So
we're doing a derby. We're doing a derby preview
special coming up.
tomorrow.
Yes.
At some point, I am going to be refining, looking at our signings, and dropping a poem for the awesome rhyming. Oh, there we go. I've just decided now that I'm gonna face paint for the derby. I'm gonna put an Everton face paint on.
I heard a rumor that
that's what I'm gonna do. I've got to do something mad.
Virgil van Dijk has cold sweats and can't sleep at night because the derby's coming up and he doesn't want to see Pickford again. He's frightened. He's going to take him out again.
I think he's got a lot more to be worried about than Pickford. I think
I know he turns like
destroy him.
He turns like a container ship, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this derby. I generally am. See what we can do. Do you think we're going to shoot it off now? Anyway, we're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to say do you think, because I want to talk about Garner Gueye in the derby. But let's leave it. Let's end it.
So at some point, we might even have a special. Yes, Jeff is ace. We might have a special with my dad's breakdown on finances. You up for that?
Yeah, I think your dad's been absolutely. Generally, is it the second time your dad's been on, Jan?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
So,
I think
1-1
honestly,
on Saturday then.
I think generally,
1-1.
I think he's been cracking, mate. Seriously, I'm not just bigging him up because he's there and I'm talking to him, but I think he's been good because he
Don't
has
get
something
too
else.
optimistic.
See, I'm with Amanda. There we go.
He's got a different views and something else. You know what I mean? So
tomorrow, not sure when.
And I've got to say, I've got to apologise and also thanks for the random celebrity guests we've had. But yeah, by the way, if you guys are about, a lovely guy called Jack, if you find him on Twitter, it's @LeeTieBackHeel. I'll just stick that up there. He's a good lad. Go on his space. He's got
He's
there. What
insane.
He is.
Insane.
Who's that?
But he's funny as anything.
Is that your son, Jeff, that you're on about? Your son?
No, we're on about
the
Jack.
channel. Oh,
No,
Jack, the main man that does the spaces.
Jack the
smooth,
man, yeah.
Smooth Jack. Yeah, he's
there
top
he is. He's got a space going now. Giving a bit of a shout out.
Yeah, he is good. To be fair.
Yeah, I'll be on there in a minute. He asked me to come on, but we had to get this finished first. I said I'd jump on.
Was he the special guest?
No.
The special guest was Alfie, Jeff's son. Jeff's son, Alfie.
I met people. He's got the Alan Ball Young Fan Award last season. He's a proper lovely lad, and thank you again for watching. We will sort of slowly trickle away. Goodbye, Dad. See you for the derby.
Up the fucking toffees, by the way. We're going to smash the red shite, get the Rocky tunes out.
As always, the regulars, Jeff.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Dan.
High five.
Thanks to everyone.
High five,
Thank you very much.
Jan, high five. High five, Jan.
Other
nice
way. Other
That's
way.
Right. That's right.
No.
That's going that way. That's going the right way. There you
You're
go.
not cases.
There you go. Up the fucking toffees. Get in there.
Thanks, everyone. Peace.